The narrator's voice begins the story by asserting that every reader has at least once in their life tried to imagine themselves in the character's place. And somewhere in the background, the headlights of a truck are shining, illuminating the bloody puddles on the road. We are talking about the classic "if only," when readers think about how they would act in the place of their favorite characters, what they would change in the narrative, or something else in that spirit. Along the way, the narrator recalls various parodies of romantic manhwas. For example, the story of how a rabbit girl managed to make a formidable male panther fall in love with her. Then there was a reference to a work in which the main character was the second wife of an inconsolable widower with a small daughter in her arms, but the protagonist became a kind and loving stepmother and not a stereotypical evil witch. And at the end, the narrator recalled a story in which a certain girl agreed to enter into an arranged marriage with an all-powerful aristocrat in order to protect her family. These were all sweet and harmless romantic stories about the love of two young people, but right now the protagonist was having a hard time holding back tears of horror. And this is not surprising. A certain young man lazily noted that if the main character had come to him even a minute later than expected, he would have ordered her head to be cut off without hesitation. The pink-haired girl in the maid uniform screamed to herself that she could never even imagine such a thing, that she would be thrown into a reincarnation in a reality where she needed to survive, and not just live. To say that the newcomer didn't like it would be a serious understatement. If she hadn't been alone, she would have probably grabbed her head and rolled around on the floor in hysterics. After this, the action moves to another time and place. The main character, not yet knowing how drastically her life had changed, opened her eyes with difficulty, thinking sadly about how she didn't want to go to work. Alas, there was nothing to do, and in the end the girl had to open her eyes, and instead of her old apartment, she unexpectedly discovered a luxurious palace room with columns. This sight was so out of the ordinary that the protagonist first decided that she was still asleep and was simply dreaming about her hotel due to her excessive workaholism. But then she saw a stranger. His face was completely hidden by darkness, but one could tell that the man was still very young, just a boy yesterday. However, he was wearing an expensive, old black suit, and under his glove his hand was covered in bloodstains. At first the woman thought he was a foreigner, but then the stranger sat down in the next chair without asking, extended his dirty hand to the heroine, and ordered her to wipe it, and in the same tone that trainers use with dogs. The sight of blood struck the protagonist so much that she did not pay attention to anything else and rushed to carry out the order, but silently lamented that she should have listened to her parents. Otherwise, even in a dream, there is no escape from the boring routine. The girl obediently ran a damp cloth over the stranger's hand. She quickly felt sick from the vile smell of blood, but she did not try to resist, despite the fact that she continued to consider what was happening a dream. At some point, the maid managed to wipe away enough dirt to get a good look at the mysterious guy's hand. Right on the palm was an old scar in the shape of the letter X. The mark looked too smooth to be an accidental wound, as if some pervert had deliberately carved it into the body. But the maid was surprised not so much by this as by the strangely familiar shape of the scar. The surprise was so strong that the main character froze for a long time. In the end, the visitor directly asked her if she was going to remove the remaining stains, and the girl, realizing what she had done, continued. In another situation, she would have been indignant and simply thrown a rag in the face of the rude client. But this man was simply breathtakingly beautiful, pale as milk skin, scarlet eyes, and hair the color of raven feathers. He didn't look like a simple mortal man, but rather a magnificent and seductive vampire. One look at him was enough for the protagonist to forget about everything in the world. The maid thought languidly that this young man was very much in line with her tastes, but when the red-eyed man very rudely demanded that she continue working, she was taken aback and mentally corrected herself. No, he was not her type. In the end, the brunette graciously allowed the maid to go about her business, and the latter walked away proudly, quietly seething with terrible indignation. She thought to herself that it didn't matter how stunning a person's appearance was. If he was a nasty pig by nature, then he would get nothing, and not an offer of love and heart. The heroine opened the door, obviously thinking that after this the protracted realistic dream would finally end, but no. Outside there was a crowd of men and women in servants' clothes. They all stared at the protagonist with such indescribable shock and horror, as if she had suddenly turned into a nightmarish monster, and then they screamed, "Rose!" And the girl did not immediately understand that this was an appeal to her. This in itself was extremely strange, but what happened next was more. Colleagues pounced on the maid with questions and surprised exclamations about the fact that she was suddenly alive. One woman even grabbed the traveler by the hand and, with a pleading look, asked her to answer if everything was okay with her. And only after that did the heroine notice how true the dream was. Apparently, it was someone else's touch. It felt no different from the touch of another person's hands in reality, and then there was a very loud sound of breaking utensils. It was an elderly, mustachioed servant carrying a silver tray with expensive crystal glasses, but he was so stunned that he dropped his jaw and the master's things. It seemed that just a little more and the man would simply faint, so deep was the shock that had taken hold of him, but the butler still had enough strength to say something. As it turned out a second later, this was not an ordinary servant, but the butler, the head of all the castle servants, and he, too, was very surprised by the fact that Rose was somehow alive and well. This seriously alarmed the protagonist. For some reason, everyone was fussing around her, acting as if they were on the verge of panic, calling her by a different name. And then everything started to blur before the girl's eyes and the stranger's speech turned into incoherence. Suddenly, the girl realized that all the words she had spoken since waking up were not Korean, but some other, completely unfamiliar language. But she didn't have time to think about it properly. Pain pierced her head. And along with the pain came the memory of crossing the road one evening and suddenly finding herself nose to nose with a huge truck, rushing forward at full speed. What happened next was not hard to guess. A terrible collision that broke most of the woman's bones and crushed her internal organs, a flight down the street, and, finally, death. With some icy detachment and calm, the protagonist finally remembered who she was. Her name was Rosa, and she was the daughter of a baron named Estanya. Her parents died, and since they clearly had no inheritance to provide their young daughter with a carefree existence, the girl had to get a job as a maid in someone else's house. But this was not the home of some minor aristocrat, and certainly not a hovel of commoners. The main character worked for the crown prince himself, and the realization of this pierced her like a lightning strike. What's more, a huge symbol woven from pale pink appeared before the eyes of the traveler, but what is characteristic is that no one except her noticed it. It was only Rose's first day working for the crown prince, but she was already overwhelmed by the experience, and not in a good way, considering how much the woman was sweating and shaking. It was as if two huge fires were fighting in her head. They were memories belonging to two completely different people, one of whom was Estanya herself, and the other was a stranger from an alien universe. The mental strain was too great for an untrained person to bear without injury, and at one point Rose simply collapsed in a deep faint. The people around immediately started running around and shouting something in their strange language, but the protagonist no longer heard it. She was happily unconscious until daylight. Waking up in luxurious chambers, the main character walked unsteadily to the mirror and let out a shrill scream because some unknown girl was looking at her from it. This could be understood already because the stranger had very long and rich pink hair, as if some pervert decided to sculpt it out of icing. The time traveler remembered herself as an ordinary young Korean woman with brown hair, so her shock was understandable. Not to mention the fact that Rose was wearing a disgusting lace nightgown that the earthling wouldn't even touch. To the protagonist's credit, she began to understand quite quickly what exactly had happened to her, but she desperately did not want to admit it because it went against the entire familiar world order. Wanting to find some evidence or something else important, the main character rushed to rummage through the closets, desperately sorting through things and mercilessly throwing them aside. The woman tried to convince herself that even such a strange incident must have a reasonable explanation, and to prove it, she grabbed a large comb. Perhaps the traveler was going to pull out a few of her hairs to see their natural brown color at the roots, and finally calm down, like, it's just a prank. But it was not to be. Staggering like a drunk, the pseudo-Rose noticed a book lying on the table. Large, thick, and with a very unusual cover, painted in black and purple colors. The book didn't look dangerous or creepy, no images of skulls, blood, or monstrous faces, but for some reason just looking at it made the heroine's spine break out in a cold sweat. It was the aura of the mysterious tome that mattered. Despite its rather harmless appearance, the protagonist's instincts screamed that something was wrong with this item and it was better to stay away. In another situation, the heroine would probably have done so, but now she was in an even more terrible situation, and therefore, overcoming her horror, she reached out to the volume with her hand. For the first few moments, nothing happened, but then the strange book began to glow with a bright purple light, gradually turning into a blinding white. Rose muttered that everything was fine and nothing terrible had happened, but her face was so distorted that it was easy to guess that the girl herself did not believe it. Only a second passed, and the newcomer, squeezing her eyes shut as tight as she could, mentally screamed what the hell was going on here, not holding back from using strong language. Fortunately, that was all. No tentacle monster crawled out of the pages and devoured the woman who disturbed it, so the protagonist, having calmed down, began leafing through the tome with interest. It contained entries in the same unknown language, which the main character now understood, but the strangest thing was not this. After reading it carefully, the girl realized with great disappointment that this was a banal, boring work diary. There was no magic to help fix the situation, no cosmic horrors threatening mortal sanity, just the real Rose writing down her daily routine and the habits of the prince. Naturally, the newcomer didn't care what the unknown boy was eating for breakfast. She had to find something really useful at all costs. She furiously turned over whole layers of pages until she suddenly came across a very creepy entry. In it, the maid shared that she had received an order from an unknown person to kill her master. Perhaps the main character would have even screamed, but she was unable to squeeze out even a squeak. Such was the shock that gripped her, and her fingers clutched the book until they turned white. After this, the newcomer stared indifferently into space with the look that one might see in soldiers traumatized by military action, frightening and empty, because she realized that she had not ended up in a fairy tale. Meanwhile, the diary mentioned the death of the previous maid named Emily. She apparently tried to finish off the crown prince, but failed, so Rose, understandably, feared for her head. She was, after all, an ordinary girl, and the prince was the most important and protected person in the country after his parents. An attempt on his life would be a suicide. The protagonist thought hard. She correctly noted that it was somehow strange to leave such an important and dangerous message in an ordinary diary, where someone's curious eye could accidentally stumble upon it. It could well be that this entire message was nothing more than an element of another, much more complex and well-thought-out intrigue. But the traveler immediately forgot about it when she read that a certain duke wanted Calix Fosman dead. It was like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. Memories of cleaning the hand of a stranger with an X-shaped scar on his palm flashed before the pink-haired girl's eyes. Now the traveler realized why that strange mark seemed so familiar to her and where she had heard that unusual name, because she dropped the diary in shock. There were no more doubts. The girl really had been transported to another world after her death, and not just any world, but one that exactly matched the work she knew from her past life. Realizing something like this would be a deep shock for any person, and the protagonist was additionally worried about her family, friends, and career. After all, she was not some lonely vagabond. She had many people and things dear to her heart on Earth. The situation was very unpleasant, but the main character understood that hysteria would not help in any way, but on the contrary, would only worsen the already difficult situation, so she managed to pull herself together. Having caught her breath and picked up the diary with trembling hands on the second try, the former Earthling realized that the memories of the body's true owner, Rosa Estenya, were beginning to return to her. Slowly absorbing the memories of someone else's life, the woman realized that the character in whose guise she now arrived was the daughter of a baron and an orphan in the service of the elder prince. If we are talking about that Calix Fosman, then things are bad, because he was the main character of a work of a specific genre, focused on crazy elites, that is, a maniac and a tyrant. In addition, the novel had a +19 age rating and was published in the early 2000s, when publishing rules were different, and it had a fair amount of meat in it. The girl grabbed her head. In her short life, she had read many different books, but according to Murphy's Law, she had been thrown here, into this universe of darkness and vice. But this hysterical outburst passed quickly. The protagonist had very strong self-control, and after a minute she was just standing there, barely audibly snorting and trying not to cry. She remembered one important detail. The main character of the original work was not called Rose at all. And if Calix is called a prince and not a ruler, then she is at the very beginning of the plot. In other words, if at some point the time traveler dies, no one will notice. Her role in the grand scheme of things is so insignificant that there will be no consequences, and the probability of dying very quickly and in a far from pleasant way is extremely high. The Crown Prince is so crazy that he is capable of killing a subordinate for the most trivial reason. And besides, the former Earthling couldn't come to terms with the fact that she would now have to walk around with such a tasteless hair color, as if lumps of cotton candy were growing out of her skull. But this flash of emotion quickly subsided. The girl looked at herself in the mirror very thoughtfully, as if she was trying to assess her new appearance with a fresh look. For a moment, she even imagined her old body standing opposite her. An ordinary young woman from Korea, with long brown hair and in a funeral suit. The protagonist really wanted to return home, to her native world. There she had everything one could dream of, including a loving family and a good job. But to do this, she first needed to somehow survive in the new world. First of all, it is necessary to think through the tactics of action, because very soon Calix will begin to kill all his relatives who have even the slightest right to the throne in order to remain the only heir. You can try to assure the Mad Prince of your loyalty or vice versa, but in any case, one single mistake can lead to the executioner's chopping block and axe. The girl cast a thoughtful glance at Rose's diary. Now it was definitely no longer touched by the creepy grimoire with a supernatural aura, and carefully opened a certain page. These were notes about the prince's daily routine. Now that the main character realized that her life depended on this man, it was important for her to learn how to behave better around him. Now that the initial plan of action had been decided upon, the girl prepared for work. She quickly pulled on her maid uniform and braided her hair into a ponytail. She could learn Calix's entire daily routine in 10 minutes, so the main problem was the need to behave meekly around the crowned psychopath. Then it was necessary to determine the winner in the race for the throne and increase the number of his supporters. Perhaps it sounded mean, but the girl was ready to do anything to see home again. After this, the audience is shown the kitchen of the palace. It was a typical room, shown in thousands of other works, with a lot of cabinets and dishes, barrels, and wooden tables. The time traveler peeked furtively from behind the doorframe, just like an experienced scout who can notice and remember the location of the enemy's troops and supplies in a matter of seconds. And of course, there were people in the kitchen. Maids scurried between the shelves, and the boss of everything was an elderly, bearded cook with the look of a large, sleepy turtle. Rose announced that she had arrived for breakfast for His Highness. She smiled, spoke in a sweet and polite tone, trying to please her new colleagues with whom it was still unknown how long she would exist. The chief was not particularly impressed. He only put his hairy palm to his chin and lazily noted that he had heard about Calix's new personal maid. The man cast a searching, assessing glance at the girl, as if he had turned from a turtle into a deadly snake in an instant, so that the protagonist noticeably tensed up. In the end, the cook noted with a sly grin that the maid's head was still on her shoulders, and the time traveler answered as calmly as possible that yes, but in her thoughts, she exploded with sarcasm about this. Pushing the sarcasm and malice as deep as possible, Rosa Estenia sweetly chirped what the prince was having for breakfast, and the cook rudely asked why she needed to know that. Here the girl's gaze fell on the tables. There were steaming pots on them that looked as if they were filled with dirt, and a pack of sausages had obvious spots of decay. There were dishes lying nearby, also dirty, scattered haphazardly, and nearby there were many brown stains, the origin of which I didn't want to think about in principle. And as the icing on the cake, a disgusting black cockroach ran nearby, not embarrassed by anyone, and the former dugout was so disgusted that she was not able to respond right away. With even greater difficulty pushing her disgust into the depths of her soul, the maid awkwardly scratched the back of her head and admitted with embarrassment that she had indeed started working only recently and wanted to be prepared for the unexpected. The cook thought again. It seemed as if scales visible to him alone appeared before his face, on which the man was weighing the weight of the pink-haired girl's arguments. Eventually, he said that the servants didn't need to know such details, and then the protagonist chose a different tactic. She whined good-naturedly, like, "Well, what should I tell you?" This was indeed important information. Calix could easily kill for not salting the soup enough, so the chef quickly gave in and agreed to demonstrate the dish. Fosman may have been a crazed killer, but he certainly had a taste for cooking. He preferred very hearty vegetarian dishes to start the day. The bearded man asked Rose with a sly grin if she would be able to remember all these culinary masterpieces, and the girl again flared up with indignation. After all, she was taken for a fool with a chicken brain. But the maid managed to cope with her irritation this time too. She only thanked the cook with a sweet smile, after which she slowly rolled the food on a tray into the prince's room. Fosman's palace literally breathed luxury. There were light and gilded things everywhere, chandeliers with crystal decorations hung from the ceilings, and the walls were trampled by columns with pink flowers. However, the main character didn't really care about all this wealth. She reminded herself that she was at the very beginning of the original plot in order to better understand how to act. It may not have been noticeable from the outside, but in reality the protagonist was seriously nervous. She had to, metaphorically speaking, enter the den of a hungry tiger and come out safe and sound. At any cost, it was impossible to allow Calix to experience even the slightest discomfort due to Estinia's presence. Then, like a spoiled child, he would rip the head off this toy and throw it away. This in itself could throw even an experienced adventurer off track, let alone an ordinary girl. But besides, Rose could not figure out how to address the brunette, and the correct title is very important in feudal society. The time traveler was unable to come up with a more or less suitable option, so she decided to entrust her fate to chance, with the hope that the prince would understand everything perfectly well anyway. The main character took a deep breath, drawing as much air into her chest as possible, opened her mouth, and then a thunderous cry burst out that could knock people off their feet. The protagonist warned His Highness that breakfast was finally ready, as if she had been possessed by the ghost of an ancient state herald who announced victories and defeats in wars. But there was no reaction to this performance. The prince, in principle, did not make it clear that he was now in his room, so Rose even became worried whether she had done everything correctly. The agonizing wait lasted for many seconds, and during this time the woman mentally said goodbye to life many times, but in the end an indifferent "come in" was heard. Calix Fosman turned out to be the same man the protagonist met at night, at the moment when she found herself in the new world. Now he was lazily sitting on the couch with a shirt casually pulled over his body. Despite his natural attractiveness, the young maniac looked bad. There were large, dark bags under his eyes, as if he hadn't been able to sleep for several nights in a row. But the young man looked sad and beaten only for a few moments. After that he mockingly bared his teeth, as if he had suddenly seen something very funny. Pointing his finger towards the clock tower, the prince joyfully announced to the main character that if she had shown up just a minute later, the young man would have ordered her head to be cut off, and he openly admitted that he regretted it very much. The mad prince watched with great pleasure as the unfortunate woman begged for mercy until her death, and the protagonist with great difficulty refrained from showing her true emotions. As it turned out, the original novel, which, by the way, was called Empire of the Blood Moon, said almost nothing about Calix's biography. Even if he had a tearful, difficult childhood, the author did not consider it necessary to describe it. But the newcomer remembered very well that the brunette loved the main character of the original story, and sincerely and even reverently, without trying to seriously threaten to get acquainted with the executioner's axe. Of course, later the young man became a sovereign emperor and killed everyone who even looked at him sideways. But the point of the plot was not in this, but in the classic love between Beauty and the Beast. But at the moment, the former dugout tried her best to appear indifferent to his threats, but it was not easy at all. Cold sweat ran down her skin, and in her head, one curse word after another sounded. For a moment, the protagonist forgets herself and mentally calls herself by her old name, Lee Chae-rin, but then immediately pulls herself together and orders herself to concentrate because her life is at stake. The girl, with the most amiable smile, declared that she would always arrive on time, and this hypocrisy was achieved with very little difficulty. Her experience working in a large Korean company was making itself felt. In response, Calix looked at Rosa with the same look that a dead fish that had managed to rot in the sun gave visitors. There was not even indifference in it, but absolute emptiness. It lasted for several very tense seconds. One might have thought that the crowned psychopath would at some point simply pounce on the woman like an animal, but no, he simply turned away. Rose stood there, neither alive nor dead, with a smile plastered on her face. She felt like an inexperienced trainer forced to work with a very dangerous and unpredictable predator. The most terrible thing was that it was impossible to tell from Fosman's face what emotions he was experiencing at the moment, but the maid preferred to believe that she had accomplished the task. Perhaps at this point she would have bowed respectfully and hurried out of the room so as not to test her luck any further. But at some point, something else caught her attention. It was an outer garment, very similar to the one the prince had worn that night, and it was now lying carelessly on a hanger, as if it were ordinary rags and not a jewel. Someone else might have ignored this, thinking that the rich were allowed to be careless with luxury, but the protagonist immediately realized that something was wrong. And then there was the rest. The time traveler mentally listed all the dishes that Calix had for breakfast, and it dawned on her that all this greenery would not be able to feed a tall and healthy guy. One might get the impression that Fosman, for whatever reason, decided to become an ascetic, and therefore deliberately ate less than his body required. But the girl had a completely different thought. Was the prince really a black sheep? And were his relatives giving him a minimal ration simply to avoid gossip in society? It sounded tragic, but the main character immediately reminded herself that this was absolutely not her problem. It was important to make sure that her own head remained on her shoulders, thus the protagonist very quickly drove the inappropriate sympathy into the deepest recesses of her soul, and out loud only kindly suggested to the owner to list the food prepared. Without waiting for permission, she cleared her throat, just like a professional announcer or singer, ready at any moment to delight the audience with her sonorous voice. The woman, with an inspired look on her face, listed all the dishes that the sarcastic chef had prepared for the heir to the throne that morning, not even missing the appetizers. Calix himself listened to this gloomily, like a thundercloud. It seemed that the mere presence of the main character irritated him to the point of grinding his teeth, but for now, the guy held back. When it was finally her turn to drink, the protagonist herself clearly realized that she had made a serious mistake, but unfortunately, it was too late to retreat. Very slowly, Fosman began to rise from the sofa. The atmosphere immediately deteriorated, as if on the eve of a thunderstorm, and Rosa tried in horror to understand what she had done wrong. The brunette loomed over the stunned heroine. Perhaps he had health problems, but Calix was still a good head and a half taller than the maid, and he really did get extremely angry. The young man was not yet yelling or using his fists, but his voice began to sound more like a growl, and his hand seemed to stop on the wall, next to Estinia's head. For a moment, the woman vividly imagined this picture, how she, frozen in deep horror, was being wrapped with the tail of a huge poisonous snake, ready to use its fangs at any moment. The eldest prince asked, "What kind of tricks are these?" And the unfortunate maid, in a trembling voice, admitted that she had no idea what kind of tricks the young master was talking about. This question only seemed to anger the man even more. He grinned predatorily and asked if this was some kind of new strategy, casting a close look at the protagonist. Feeling like a weak and pathetic mouse, the newcomer suggested that if His Highness didn't like the food, she would simply tell the cooks to quickly whip up something else. With a contemptuous grimace, the brunette abruptly pulled his hand back. As if in the place of the main character there suddenly appeared a disgusting pile of garbage, which was disgusting even to look at. In a cold tone, Calix asked Rosa who she was anyway, and the girl, with difficulty suppressing her indignation at such boorish behavior, calmly admitted that she was his personal servant. But this answer did not satisfy him either. Phosmus said that he had not asked about this, and Estienne had to make even more effort not to show his anger. Like, you can't please this psycho in principle. Meanwhile, the brunette began to rapidly lose patience. For the first time in the story, he raised his voice, interrogating the protagonist about her true nature, whatever that meant. But the fear of death finally left Rose. With a kind smile, she repeated that she would simply ask for a different meal, and mentally added maliciously, after many years of working in a hotel for rich and noble clients, she would not be fooled by such a trick. Calix measured his vis-a-vis with a very intent look, but there was no longer that contempt and hidden anger in it, only slight irritation and sincere curiosity. The silent exchange of glances continued for some time before the young nobleman finally ordered everything to be cleared away. And Rose did not argue, realizing that she had gotten off very lightly. To keep up appearances, the protagonist bowed low and promised to convey the order to the chef to make other food, but Phosmus only waved his hand indifferently. The young man had grown tired of Estinia's presence, and he just wanted her to finally get away, but the heroine forgot all her promises and continued to pester the prince. However, formally, the reason was quite reasonable. The girl picked up the carelessly thrown things and enthusiastically offered to mend them if the prince was not going to go out anywhere today. Perhaps, here, Calix's rather frayed nerves would not have been able to withstand it, and he would have grabbed a weapon hidden somewhere. But Rose, as if sensing this, chose this moment to say goodbye and run away. The young man stood there for a long time, looking at the door with his face distorted with surprise, as if he were the man forced to deal with an unpredictable madman. After this, the action moved back to the kitchen where the maids were relaxing. Some were discussing the latest news with a friend, while others were quietly eating before continuing with their work. The traveler belonged to the latter. She was sitting on a bench and slowly devouring some dish when a strange sound was heard nearby, vaguely reminiscent of her name. Soon this drawn-out, distant "Rose" transformed into a thunderous cry of "Rose," and its source, a maid with short brown hair, literally threw herself on the protagonist's neck. The main character was taken aback, but immediately recognized who had rushed at her. So she raised her hands in a defensive gesture and with slight excitement asked Mila what was happening. The aforementioned girl, in response, only fixed a pleading look with her huge, tear-swollen eyes on the pink-haired girl, as if she was trying to copy a puppy begging for food. Mila began to shake Estenia emotionally and chatter at a crazy speed that she was already completely exhausted. She thought that her friend had died. But no, thank God, her head was still on her shoulders. What joy! The protagonist sarcastically noted to herself that if she didn't have a head, she wouldn't be able to talk to anyone. But the worried maid continued to talk. In particular, the girl mentioned that a certain mistress had treated Rose too cruelly. Embarrassed and looking away, the friend admitted that the main character was the best worker in the estate. It was no secret to anyone, and the pink-haired girl immediately tensed up. Was that an insult or what? Mila seemed to have read her thoughts, so she immediately rushed to assure her that everything was fine and there was no need to be offended. She didn't mean anything bad. She then admitted with disconcerting candor that since Rose was the youngest member of the staff in terms of experience, she was the one who made the most mistakes, and the woman reasonably asked why she had been made the prince's personal servant. In response, the brunette looked intently at her friend and then quietly asked if she really didn't remember, clearly perplexed as to how she could have so quickly thrown this memory out of her head. However, the dark-haired one reported that the real Estenia had once broken a very expensive plate, and this was the reason why the mysterious lady got angry. After this, the main character froze for a moment. She really remembered that moment, as if scenes from some movie suddenly flashed before her eyes. Smiling falsely, Mila assured that there was no reason to worry. Rosa herself knew perfectly well that if a certain person became the personal servant of the Crown Prince himself, in her mind, the protagonist finished this sentence for her. Working for Calix was not a reward at all, because there was simply no chance to survive Phosmus's numerous whims and outbursts of anger. The traveler became acutely aware that she had been thrown into an arena where a huge, hungry predator lived, and it was only a matter of time before the beast got hungry enough for its next meal. But at the same time, it all looked somehow strange. Although the girl did not yet know what exactly, but in general, the heir to the throne was very sensitive to those who entered his chambers, repaired things, and delivered food. For a moment, the main character remembered the brunette's face when he threatened her. The young man did not disfigure his face with crazy grimaces and smiles, but his grin still gave off a chilling cold. On the other hand, the prince's things and bedroom simply did not look like the belongings of an imperial heir. At most, it was the level of a minor baron. Then the protagonist remembered the ill-fated tailcoat, abandoned by its owner on a hanger. Upon closer inspection, it looked more like an old rag than a luxurious uniform. Finally, the time traveler remembered the diary in which the real Rose wrote down the order she had received from God knows who to kill Calix, and how she vented her fear of the consequences of failure. The unfortunate girl wanted to live an ordinary life, but ended up in the center of a terrible political whirlpool, an easily replaceable tool in the paws of fat spiders called aristocrats. All this added up to a very unpleasant picture. But to be absolutely sure, the main character needed to find out certain information, and Mila knew it. Trying not to let her weakened voice tremble noticeably, Estenia quietly asked if a new servant, especially a maid, had appeared at the Crown Prince's estate. The brunette, not noticing the poor state of her interlocutor, seemed to blossom and began to chatter. Of course, Madame had recently brought a new girl, but how did Rosa find out about this? And only after not waiting for an answer, the naive woman finally realized that something was seriously wrong with the protagonist. She sat like a statue, staring into space and noticeably turned pale. Of course, everything was not good. Everything was just terrible, to such an extent that the newcomer wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, roll on the floor, and tear her hair out. All this meant that the authorities had already prepared another unfortunate girl as a victim, and also that Estenier herself had only a few days, if not hours, left to live. The audience is then shown the maid taking up the mantle of narrator once again, this time sharing her theory that Calix is not the scumbag he is made out to be. It is quite possible that the previous women who entered his service as personal maids were in fact murderers, so the young man did not so much kill as defend himself. All these executions were not the whims of a perverted psychopath. The heir was simply defending his life, and no sane person would tolerate a dangerous killer at his side. Rose thought hard. The whole world around her at that moment ceased to exist for her. Only numerous conjectures, scattered facts, and theories of varying degrees of coherence remained. On the one hand, as far as she could tell, Phosmus's maids were usually disguised professional killers, real ruthless predators. But when they weren't there, the lot fell to innocent girls who had never laid a finger on anyone. They were simply unlucky enough to find themselves between a rock and a hard place. The real Rosa Estenia clearly belonged to the second category. If what was written in the diary was true, then she was never an assassin, but an unknown duke forced her to take on this job. And the housekeeper, whom the same Mila respectfully called Madam, was clearly part of the mysterious aristocrat's conspiracy. After all, she was directly responsible for hiring the maids. Therefore, considering the speed with which this cunning fox prepared a replacement for the pink-haired maid, another innocent pawn of this devilish game, there could only be one conclusion. The new girl is one of the real cold-blooded killers who will finally have to do what her numerous predecessors failed to do. The schemers only need to perform two basic steps: make room for the disguised killer, and then make sure that any potential witnesses are silenced forever. In other words, even if the main character is not finished off by a paranoid brunette, the attackers themselves will simply stick a blade into her belly, choosing the right moment. The protagonist began to shake as if she had grabbed an electrified wire with her bare hands, and Mila asked fearfully if everything was okay with her friend. The time traveler finally gave vent to her emotions with thoughts of, Why was I transported to this particular novel? She screamed with such force that people throughout the palace and the surrounding area became worried. Where did the bolt from the blue come from? Was it really the wrath of God that fell upon them? An unknown amount of time passed. Rosa Estenya fell backwards onto the bed, just like a normal person tired from a very long working day, and so it was. The main character was first and foremost a maid, so during the day she had to clean a crazy number of insanely dirty rooms. However, her experience working in a hotel from her past life did her a good turn in this regard, and besides, all the maids were entitled to time to rest after completing their duties. Already not bad. Realizing this and smiling at the gifts of fate, the protagonist straightened up abruptly and turned around. Next to her lay the ill-fated diary of the real Rose. Carefully taking the book in her hands, the new Estenya sighed heavily. It was time to work her brain, coming up with a plan of action, since she belonged to the type of people who simply could not live without a pre-written list of actions. The girl carefully opened the pages and turned them over, looking for some new useful information, and at some point she saw something that almost made her scream. However, almost was premature. When the shock passed and the protagonist took control of her vocal cords, she screamed so loudly that the other maids in the corridors almost fell off their feet. Rose literally froze. Dropping the diary, she froze in a very uncomfortable position and with an expression of inexpressible horror on her face, as if the harmless book had turned into a disgusting mess of worms. Then the time traveler reached out to her with a trembling hand, but with such monstrous reluctance as if the book had come to life and silently ordered the mortal to touch it. As it turned out a few seconds later, when Estenya looked more closely at the pages, this reaction was not at all acute. The contents of the diary had supernaturally changed. In the first person, it was said that the Duke gave the maid a vial of poison so that she could kill Calix, but for now the deadly vessel was kept in a secret place under the bed. It was pure madness. Even after the main character moved into someone else's body and into someone else's world, everything described above seemed like complete nonsense. The woman could have sworn that she had never entered this information into the diary or met with the Duke or one of his agents, but just in case, she crawled under the bed to check for poison. The box that the bottle was supposed to be in was indeed there, and in the exact place described on the page down to the millimeter. The maid couldn't help but curse. This was beyond all possible limits, and the damned box really did contain poison. It bubbled with such frequency and force as if it had come to life and was trying to get out. Looking at this purple liquid with disgust and fear, the girl asked herself a very reasonable question. What should be done next with this disgusting find? For a few moments the girl continued to sit, neither alive nor dead, and then she turned sharply and rushed towards the ominous diary, grabbing a writing pen along the way. Frowning in concentration, the pink-haired maid wrote just 2 short words on a blank sheet of paper. "Who are you?" hoping in this way to get in touch with the mysterious essence of the book. A minute passed, then another, then a third, and a fourth. No answer followed, no words appeared on the sheet of paper, and not even thunder rumbled outside the window. Feeling like a complete fool, the protagonist couldn't stand it and screamed furiously, demanding at least some kind of answer from the mysterious creature. After all, Tom Rattle's diary in Harry Potter communicated exactly like that, and this one, look, is keeping silent. Again, the minutes of agonizing waiting passed without any result. Even if the mysterious observer and chronicler existed, he was not going to enter into conversation. The main character waited for some time for at least some reaction that could be interpreted as an attempt at communication, but eventually gave up and threw down the pen. Leaning back in her chair and sighing heavily, the girl admitted that if the diary suddenly really answered her, like Voldemort's Horcrux or something else, it would be very creepy. The girl glanced sideways and noticed something else. It was a small spherical bottle in which the remains of some pink liquid, reminiscent of oil, were splashing. Unlike the poison the Duke had sent, this substance looked completely harmless, like a regular skin cream or hair shampoo, but Rose smiled contentedly. The protagonist clearly had some kind of plan in mind because she quietly gloated and reached for the third bottle of perfume on the dressing table. Estenia was ominously anticipating the possibilities that all these things opened up for her, and to emphasize her gloating, the girl's teeth sharpened, her eyes turned red, and her voice turned into a satanic bass. With all these intrigues, worries, and work, the first day of the girl who ended up in the universe of the Empire of the Blood Moon passed. The sun had long since set, giving way to numerous stars. Calix Phosmas stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself with discomfort. He was wearing a very expensive and luxurious white suit with many decorations, but the prince looked as if he had been forced to wear smelly rags. After a moment's hesitation, the heir to the imperial throne entered the hall, and he was literally drowning in a silvery glow, as if some wizard had managed to make the walls and furniture out of moonlight and silver. As it turned out, it was his own room, and it acquired such a wonderful appearance thanks to a simple cleaning. And besides, there was a gift on the prince's bed. It was the brunette's old black and red tailcoat. The protagonist had fulfilled her promise and mended it, and now Calix looked at the restored clothes with a strange longing. It is unknown what Phosmas was thinking and what he would have done in the end, because the main characters seemed to appear from underground with an invariable bow and clarification. Would His Highness like to have some tea? The red-eyed youth turned a lazy gaze towards her, and even the most experienced psychologist would hardly have been able to find out what the Emperor's eldest son was thinking about at that moment. Estenia smiled even wider, literally radiating light and positivity from every cell of her body. And mentally she gloated, because she was going to become as perfect a servant as possible. In the end, the prince turned away and indifferently noted that Rose knew how to go out of her way, and that she could do as she pleased. The prince's whole appearance screamed how indifferent he was to such things. Luckily, he didn't see how Rosa scowled angrily, scowled and clenched her fists. She had been exhausted all day, scrubbing the mansion of the crowned idiot, and he, you see, was too lazy to say a simple, "Thank you. You tried hard." As the comedy would have it, it was at this moment that Calix turned sharply, casting another sullen glance at his subordinate, and she shuddered in horror from the surprise. The girl panicked. Could the brunette have somehow read her thoughts? And she even mentally apologized, because after that trick with the diary, telepathy did not seem like something out of the ordinary. Luckily for her, the man wasn't angry. Phosmas started asking the question, "Why?" but never managed to finish it. Unforeseen circumstances intervened. There was a polite but insistent knock on the door. An unknown man who called himself Roll was asking permission to enter, unwittingly destroying the atmosphere of the moment. The protagonist quietly cried and pressed her hand to her heart. She was already imagining how an angry Calix would interrogate her, but at the very last moment she got away with it. But it was too early to relax. As soon as she realized that the unexpected visitor was called Roll, the face of the newcomer was distorted by a new attack of quiet hysteria. This was the name of the deuteragonist of the Blood Moon Empire, that is, the second most important character after the main character, who was the eldest Prince Phosmas himself. The door creaked very quietly and slowly, as if the visitor himself was afraid to disturb the red-eyed guy. Then a long-haired blonde head appeared in the passage. Finally, after this, Roel himself appeared. He was a very handsome young man with broad shoulders, blue eyes, and long snow-white hair, and instead of ordinary clothes, he wore a guard's uniform. After that, the focus of the story briefly shifted to Mila, who was carrying a warm, steaming pie and thinking that Rose had been having such a hard time lately that she could use some relief in the form of a delicious treat. At the present moment, the two men were discussing different matters. The prince was sitting at his desk, his subordinate was standing opposite him, and no one was paying attention to the modest servant. Right now, she was performing her direct duties, pouring drinks for the high-ranking gentleman, while trying to appear as quiet as a mouse and as low as grass. The protagonist was nervous, and it was easy to understand why. She was present in person during a conversation that was very important for the world around her. However, as it quickly became clear, there was a much more compelling reason for the cold goosebumps on her skin. She was afraid that the tea would be poisoned, and she could not try to go to her forefathers without risk. For a moment, she even imagined this picture, how her soul, in the form of a stereotypical angel with a halo, white wings and in a burial shroud, flies out of the grave. She could have quietly eaten herself for a long time before another hysteria occurred, but fortunately, she was able to quickly turn her attention to someone else. The white-haired youth was named Roel Chris. He was not just a warrior, but a member of a knightly order, and also a confidant of Calix, one of the few he trusted. Unlike his master, whom those around him perceived as a crazy maniac, the blonde was a very nice and good-natured person, so the heroine was not afraid of him. True, in the end, the relationship between the two heroes deteriorated very sharply, and the reason for this turned out to be a woman. Chris fell in love with the protagonist of the original story, whom Phosmus also loved. This tragedy was still a long way off, but the newcomer still felt like she was on pins and needles, knowing what kind of opponents the brunette and the blonde would eventually become. While Estenia was mentally promising herself that she would never, under any circumstances, interfere in the relationship between two men, the knight informed the prince that the necessary information had been received. The brunette succinctly ordered to continue speaking, and Chris reported that according to reports, the organizer was the third heir to the imperial throne. The girl immediately pricked up her ears, like a sensitive rabbit hearing a fox approaching. Such interesting information simply couldn't be missed. Viewers are given a brief exposition once again, revealing that the current emperor had 4 sons, and unlike most earthly monarchies, all princes had equal rights to the throne. The eldest was already a grown man, and the youngest was a teenager, and besides, they were all born to different mothers, who, interestingly, had the status of empresses. Calix, in addition to his pariah status, stood out because his mother had died. It was still unknown what happened to her, but the young man's position in the family left much to be desired. In the future, as the protagonist reminded, Phosmus will definitely destroy all his half-brothers and take the throne by force, but this will not happen now. For now, the main character was waging a war of intrigue with the third prince. Roel continued to explain how he thought they would do best in this situation, and Rose served the young gentleman tea, pretending to be deaf and blind. But the imperial offspring did not put on such a bad show. He said nothing, but cast such an angry look that he could have stopped a maddened horse. Knowing full well that she could be stabbed for eavesdropping and trying not to lose her composure, Estenia revealed that she had added a new ingredient to the drink that would help Calix clear his head. The prince responded with a stern, "You!" and the maid, trying to contain a slight tremor, straightened up in anticipation of an order, and mentally she took the time to be indignant about why the brunette constantly addressed her in this way. Ignoring the obvious fear of his subordinate, young Phosmus calmly announced that he would have a special assignment for the pink-haired girl. There's a tiny time skip, and readers are shown the protagonist walking down a dark, nighttime corridor, clutching a small, antique lantern. The main character was angry. Calix ordered her to bring the 3rd volume of the history of the Empire from the library at the end of the corridor, but she understood that she had been unceremoniously kicked out at the beginning of the most interesting conversations. However, the maid could mentally make faces at the mischievous prince as much as she wanted, but she understood in her mind that Phosmus simply acted in the most reasonable and logical way in his situation. The heir to the throne had spent many years surrounded by schemers and murderers, so it was logical that he sent the unfamiliar woman away as soon as the conversation turned to the secrets of high politics. Eventually, the protagonist reached the end of the corridor. Like the rest of the palace, it was very long, but the coveted door finally appeared and the girl pulled the handle. The library greeted the visitor with pitch darkness. It seemed as if Rosa Estenia had been mystically transported to the bottom of the ocean, because even the flashlight was of little help. This greatly frightened the newcomer. She cowered, imagining how a terrible ghost would suddenly attack her from around the corner and set the goal of finding the treasured tome as quickly as possible. To make it easier to rummage through the numerous dust-covered shelves, the woman placed the lantern on a nearby table, directing all its light to the desired point. After this, a difficult and long search for the 3rd volume of the history began. Calix was not one of those bibliophiles who keep thousands of books in huge halls, but he also had a decent collection of literature. The maid was lucky. She managed to quickly find the necessary tome and was about to return, but just at that moment, a strange and loud rustling sound reached her ears. The protagonist froze, as if she had suddenly felt a blade of cold metal between her shoulder blades. Such a sound simply could not have been created randomly. Trembling like an aspen leaf, Rose turned around and called out to Calix with false joy, but the only answer was silence. Deep down, the girl herself understood that the prince was the last person capable of such fooling around. But this realization only made the situation more frightening. After all, if Phosmus had nothing to do with the ominous rustling, then who was making it at all? The main character tried to calm herself down, assuming that it was all the fault of an ordinary wind, especially since the window was open and the air currents were so strong that they even put out the lantern protected by glass. But then the woman remembered something again, namely the fact that the conspirators, dreaming of finishing off the younger prince, would first destroy his personal servant in order to put an assassin in her place. If everything was right and the killers were already going for Estenia's head, then they would definitely arrange the assassination attempt to look like an accident so as not to arouse suspicion. And the realization of this made the maid shiver as if she was in a very cold place. The main character realized very acutely that if she, like some detective, began to unravel this tangle, she would become the main target for everyone: the Duke, the housekeeper of the Calix Palace, and finally, the killer they hired. It was easy to dream about adventures while they remained purely on the pages of books, but now that her life was in real danger, the traveler was ready to give up everything and lead the existence of a modest gray mouse. Feeling a large, cold drop of sweat running down her face, the pink-haired girl turned around abruptly, as if the rudimentary instincts that people had inherited from their animal ancestors had screamed an alarm. But there was no one behind her. The night wind had simply gotten really loud and had forcefully thrown open the window shutters, but the protagonist knew very well that there was someone else in the library. As if to add to the contrast, the night outside was very peaceful and beautiful. A huge crescent moon, like a sickle without a handle, shone in the sky, and the wind played with the fluff in the air. The girl had time to think that the assassin probably wanted to attack her from there, but she didn't have time to do or think anything else. A thug with a weapon and a mask covering his face finally jumped out of the darkness. After this, attention turned to the main male characters. Having sent Rose away, Calix and Roel continued to discuss state affairs and intrigues among themselves. As it turned out, the brunette knew perfectly well that a hired killer was hiding somewhere in the palace, because he asked the blonde where this killer was sent from. Chris patted the papers with the report, confirming Estenia's theory. The criminal was a woman disguised as a maid, and she was working for the Duke. Besides, it has now become clear that the prince suspected the protagonist of being connected to his enemies, because he decided to clarify separately. She definitely has nothing to do with all this. The knight began to explain, saying that they themselves did not yet know for sure, but then he stopped and looked at the gentleman in surprise, who remembered the name of some servant girl. The indignant young man replied that he had always remembered such servants, but the swordsman mercilessly retorted that this was a lie. For Calix, they had always been these and those girls. Since things were different with Rose, the blonde made the only logical conclusion. The main character had managed to truly please Phosmus, since he remembered her not only by sight. The younger crown prince reflexively stroked his old tailcoat with his hand, the same one that had been hanging on a hanger for an unknown amount of time until Estenia had finally mended it. This small gesture of altruism really meant a lot to the young man, but he would rather bite his tongue out than admit such a thing, and the prince was about to explain to Roel that he was talking nonsense. The white-haired swordsman raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't seen his master react so sharply to what he considered an insignificant topic for a long time. But Calix refused to continue the conversation, realizing that he had trapped himself. Meanwhile, the clock continued to peacefully tick away the time, and it showed that it was deep night outside, when most people were already in their 10th sleep. The protagonist himself commented that it was already very late. Perhaps he was about to announce the end of the meeting and finally head to the bedroom to try to sleep. But this never happened, because both Phosmus and Chris suddenly heard a very suspicious noise, causing the two men to instantly tense up. The prince, without further ado, walked out into the corridor and headed towards the library, while the white-haired swordsman tried to catch up with him and convince him that it would be better for him to do this. The red-eyed man, without slowing down, calmly explained that this was not the case. The maid had failed to carry out the order of the heir to the throne, which meant that the matter was very serious and needed to be dealt with personally. But in reality, Calix was simply worried about Rosa. He understood that if this woman was really not involved in the conspiracies, then the Duke would definitely try to remove her from the path. The man himself understood perfectly well that the probability that Estenia was a murderer or a spy was very small, and therefore he was nervous and bit his lip in fear of not making it in time. At this moment, the youngest crown prince decided to cast aside his royal dignity and began to run for real, and Roel, who had been following the Shadow Lord, also hurried. The man didn't even have time to open the library doors properly when an indistinct scream came from inside, as if an unknown person was being desperately strangled in an attempt to prevent him from calling for help. The protagonist's red eyes widened in an attempt to understand what was happening. The book depository was so dark that he might as well have put a blindfold on his eyes, and it wouldn't have gotten any darker. A moment later, an enraged cry of "Answer!" was heard, and everything would have been fine. Only it belonged to a woman, and a suspiciously familiar one at that. A moment later, Rosa Estenia launched into such a stream of choice curses that the men rushing to her aid were taken aback. They had expected anything but this. After this, the action briefly moves to the moment of the attack. The protagonist managed to sense the killer in time and took out a bottle of perfume that she had prepared in advance. However, the assassin noticed this and rushed forward, obviously in order to intercept the secret weapon from the victim and quickly finish him off, now defenseless. The main character turned around in response. It happened in less than a second, like in some action movie where characters can dodge or strike in a matter of moments. However, this instinctive movement ultimately saved the life of the newcomer. The killer in the mask was already very close when she brought the vial of poison to his face and sprayed it. The criminal screamed in terrible pain. The poison had gotten right into his eyes, and the torment was so intense that it was simply impossible to bear. Because of this, the man fell into a terrible rage. If before he acted in cold blood, now he simply waved his sword in hysterics, hoping to punish the impudent girl. Rose retreated in horror. She had no other weapon besides poison, and it was not very good against a blade in open combat, so the girl tried to dodge and cover herself with at least a thick volume of the history of the Empire. At some point, the killer delivered a powerful chopping blow from above and cut the book into 2 pieces, to the horror of the protagonist, since the purpose for which she was sent to the library in the first place was destroyed. The killer continued to writhe in pain and rage. He even angrily and accusingly shouted at the main character like, "Don't you watch where you're spraying?" But the girl, naturally, did not feel guilty. After all, it was not she who attacked the guy with an attempt to cut his skull, so in response, she no less angrily asked the assassin who he was anyway. Of course, the killer didn't even think to answer this question. Instead, he made a wide, random swing with his blade, and this time Estenia managed to jump away only by a miracle. Trying to suppress the trembling in her voice, the girl declared that the bottle contained poison. While doing so, she stepped back and grabbed a large vase of flowers that stood on the table. The poison was from the Duke and was originally intended for Calix, so the unlucky mercenary should soon die. But the man did not believe it, deciding that it was all just nonsense. In a rage, he went on another attack, focusing on the victim's voice, and she, in horror, finally tried to lift the damn vase. It was so heavy, as if it were made of metal and stone. But in the end, the pink-haired girl managed to do it, and brought the decorative ornament down on her opponent's head with such force that his eyes popped out of their sockets. The protagonist felt no sympathy for her enemy. After all, he attacked her, an innocent woman, first, and tried to hack her to death without any sympathy. Fortunately, that was the end of it. The defeated killer lay on the floor, moaning weakly, and the girl stood over him, barely catching her breath after the deadly fight. Torn apart by nervous laughter from the realization of the danger she had experienced, the woman declared that yes, she was just an ordinary servant, but even the best killer would not be able to do anything if he was blind. Rose then grabbed the sword and demanded an answer from the unsuccessful assassin who sent him, but the man was too exhausted and stunned to say anything. Still having trouble comprehending the ordeal, the maid furiously jumped onto her opponent's back and began mercilessly trampling him in an attempt to make him talk. She beat the unfortunate killer like this for a long time, so that at some point the guy even mentally prayed for a short break, so that he would have the opportunity to respond. It was during this activity that the protagonist was caught by Calix Fossman and Chris Roel. The pink-haired girl was so carried away that she did not even immediately hear the creak of the opening door. It was a very awkward scene in the spirit of low-grade comedies. The prince's eyes bulged in shock, the maid froze like a statue from the same shock, and the unfortunate killer continued to lie there. This silent exchange of stunned glances lasted for a long time, until Rose finally dropped the stolen sword and her victim weakly asked the crown prince for help. Trying in vain to smooth over the impression, Estenia blushed very sweetly and in a cloyingly sweet voice called Calix, Your Highness, which made the assassin wheeze painfully. She was about to tell the young gentleman that the man lying on the floor was clearly a murderer, but she was unable to do so. She was so surprised by the red-eyed brunette's grin. The heir to the throne immediately tried to hide it, but it was too late. The protagonist clearly noticed how his lips curved and almost lost her voice from shock. Then she tried to finish her speech, but again failed, because the crown prince came up to her closely with an open smile, and this sight made the main character break out in a cold sweat. Calix was already a pretty creepy guy, and his smile made that impression even worse. With it, the red-eyed brunette really did look crazy. Trying to somehow dispel this eerie atmosphere, the girl awkwardly took a bottle out of her pocket, into which she poured the poison she had recently received from the Duke. Oddly enough, this deadly substance was very familiar to Phosmus. He determined with one quick glance that it was called Rixa's poison, and that in just an hour the hapless killer would start coughing up blood. Roel, having removed the mask from the guy, recognized him as a palace groom. However, the criminal looked very bad, as if an unknown thug had been punching him in the eyes for a very long time, and with all his might. Without even looking at the traitor, Calix ordered the loyal knight to clean up the library, after which he again turned all his attention to the protagonist. Having cast an attentive glance with his red eye at the newcomer, the brunette ordered the woman to follow him, and this was said in such a tone that even a madman would not dare to disobey. The maid, of course, obediently followed the master, but she could not shake off the feeling of fear gnawing at her insides. What could possibly be on Phosmus's mind? The main characters returned to the chambers of the imperial offspring. The young man sat down in a soft chair with a regal air, crossing his legs, while the maid obediently waited for permission to speak. The silence lasted for a long time as Calix studied his new servant with a careful gaze, before finally saying that he wanted to hear an answer from her. The protagonist nodded tensely. She was afraid to find out what exactly the brunette wanted, but she also understood perfectly well that resistance in such a situation would be a death sentence. The man looked even more intently and carefully straight into her eyes, as if trying to burn a hole in the newcomer, and in a cold tone ordered her to tell him who she really was. A single drop of sweat rolled down the maid's cheek again. She smiled wearily, wondering how best to answer such a delicate question. The protagonist simply could not tell the guy that she was a resident of a completely different world, where his own universe was nothing more than a book, and the prince already knew that the heroine here was a servant and the daughter of a minor baron. The girl thought for a long time, and at some point the main character decided to hurry her up. He didn't say anything, but he cast such an intent gaze that words weren't even necessary. The pink-haired girl swallowed hard. She realized that there was no way she could delay any longer, so she decided to go for broke. It was time to act, and then come what may. Rosa Estenia honestly admitted that before entering the service of the crown prince, she received a vial of poison from the Duke to kill his highness. However, the woman never figured out what to do with this muck. The traveler mentally added that if a person is not naturally deprived of brains, then he will know when and before whom he needs to bend his knees in order to stay alive. That's exactly what she did now. Pride is pride, but the main character still desperately wanted to survive in this cruel medieval world and find a way home, and for the sake of this it was quite possible to humiliate herself. There was no longer a hint of her former insolence in Rose. On the contrary, she now demonstrated with her whole appearance the utmost respect and humility before her master. Estenia bowed before Phosmus as if he were not a man, but an incomprehensible deity, and took a solemn oath to sincerely care for her master from this moment on. In this way, the maid tried to convey to the paranoid prince that she was entirely on his side and therefore did not pose any danger. This passionate speech really impressed the cold-blooded brunette. Calix even changed his position, leaning closer to the protagonist and not trying to hide his satisfied grin. Looking at the girl with interest, the main character asked how, in fact, she was going to take care of him, since he, no matter what, remained the heir to the throne. In response, the maid said one single word. It was very simple but contained a huge amount of love and feelings, and that word was food. The younger Phosmus raised an eyebrow in surprise. He clearly expected that Rose would shower him with various arguments, hints at some alliances and political advantages, but not this. Remembering the disgrace that had been going on in the royal kitchen, Estenia assured the master that the premises needed to be thoroughly improved. After all, Calix was a prince and deserved to be treated accordingly. Of course, the main character wasn't going to limit herself to just food. She also vowed that she would clean for the young man, mend his clothes, and do everything to make him feel as good as possible. The protagonist gave her a very strange look. It was equally filled with embarrassment, longing, and timid hope. But in the end, the brunette asked, "Does the woman know that he is the son of a traitor?" The heroine quickly guessed that they were talking about the incident with the former empress, and it was apparently the reason why the brunette was treated with apprehension, fear, contempt, but not respect. The main character quickly got used to the fact that those around him always put him below his father and brothers, so now he was very suspicious of such a gesture of generosity. Uncomfortably aware that Phosmus would treat her with paranoia until the very end and carefully check every word or action, the protagonist reminded that a new maid had arrived at the castle today, and mentally, the traveler once again reminded herself that she could be killed in the near future, and even if she managed to avoid it today, luck would not always be on her side. This time, Calix didn't try to rush his interlocutor. He sat calmly and watched, waiting for her to finally get to the point, like a viewer who has stumbled upon an advertisement. In the end, the main character finished her long thought. She must convince the younger crown prince of her loyalty at any cost in order to stay alive. Instead of answering, the girl did something that no one could have expected from her. She bowed with such force that she almost broke the expensive marble floor with her own head. Without bending over, Rosa swore an oath that she would serve Calix faithfully and truly and would never betray him if only the prince could save her life. In short, she imitated the dog begging for treats and scratches with all her might. To say that the brunette was taken aback would be a huge understatement. He didn't look so shocked even when he opened the door to the library and saw the hapless killer being bullied. This awkward pause lasted for some time, but eventually the protagonist smiled, demonstrating to the audience that the heroine's proposal really resonated with him. The red-eyed brunette agreed to try. He was even interested in what would come out of it in the end, and Estenia was so happy that she didn't even pay attention to her broken forehead and the trickle of blood running down it. Feeling her whole body becoming lighter due to incredible euphoria and delight, Rose once again swore eternal fidelity. And then the prince, already with irritation, answered, "Okay," and ordered to forget about this conversation. Still very happy, the protagonist feigned, "Command me, Your Highness," and the young man asked with doomed melancholy, was she doing this on purpose? Meanwhile, on the street, the night continued, very quiet and peaceful, so it was hard to even imagine that such tragedies as contract killings could happen somewhere. It was the former Korean's first day of life in the universe of a fantasy novel she had once read, and she managed to survive it, which was already a huge success. After this, the audience is shown a short description of Chris Rowell, from which it becomes clear that this platinum blonde was not only Calix's friend and assistant, but also his cousin. The action is transferred to a completely different place and time, very oppressive, similar to some kind of suffocating nightmare, and in it someone was desperately screaming, addressing the emperor. Still a very small boy, wearing rich clothes, desperately rushed forward to the man in a luxurious robe, proving that his mother had not betrayed them, but the guards held the baby back. The child continued to beg the sovereign for mercy, but not for himself. He loved his mother so much that he was ready to do anything just so that she would be spared her life. Perhaps someone else would have been touched by this, but not the emperor. He measured the child with a cold and contemptuous look from his red eyes, and then asked, "By the way, with what reason should one spare the life of a woman who tried to finish him off?" Little Calix Phosmus didn't know what to say to that. He just stared at his father in incredible shock, and then tears began to flow from his own scarlet eyes. Those who knew the Crown Prince only in the present would never have believed that he was once like this, desperate, grief-stricken, begging his father on his knees to the last for mercy for his mother. It was one of the worst days in the protagonist's life. Moments like these usually stick in people's memories forever and sometimes remind people of themselves through nightmares, but even then there was someone who wanted to comfort the poor kid. The young protagonist was embraced by a man with snow-white hair, and next to him stood a tall boy with similar hair. The young prince only hugged his uncle tightly and asked at least him to do something. Most likely the blonde himself understood perfectly well that his sister had nothing to do with the conspiracy or was forced to participate in it under duress, but he could not do anything. The man tried to convey this thought to his nephew with sorrow, while Calix looked at him with horror and grief, as if he could not believe that even this man was helpless. The only advice that Rowell's father was able to give was to act as if nothing had happened. Only then the merciless emperor would not order the young Phosmus' head to be cut off after his mother. The protagonist really took this advice to heart. After what happened, he realized very keenly that he wanted to stay alive no matter what the cost. And if for this reason Calix will be forced to kill, sparing neither men nor women, then so be it. And thus was born the mad, bloodthirsty prince that everyone knows. It is possible that the protagonist would have stewed in his own memories for a long time, showing the audience how he got to this point in his life. But at the most important moment, Rose entered the stage. Smiling and spreading an unnatural glow around herself, the pink-haired maid asked what the master thought of this or that sweet, and even dishes on plates and teapots floated around her. At that moment, Phosmus finally woke up. He suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, and his entire face was covered in drops of cold sweat, as if a bucket had been poured on him to wake him up. The man did not immediately realize who he was and where he was. His heart was beating like crazy, desperately trying to restore a calm course of work after such a terrible dream. While Calix was wondering what the hell he had seen in his dream, Rowell quietly entered the room, as always, in perfect, fresh clothes, as if he hadn't gone to bed to rest. The blonde looked at the prince with genuine surprise. As it turned out, he didn't think that the brunette would sleep in this room, so he came here to leave a report. And his surprise was understandable. After dozens of attempts had been made on his life, it would be logical for the protagonist to spend his nights in various secret places. However, Phosmus was, to put it mildly, not in the mood to talk. Rubbing his aching head and angrily clenching his jaw, the man muttered that he did not understand anything. Chris blinked his blue eyes in confusion. It was probably the first time in his life that he had seen his cousin and boss in such a state, but the brunette decided to quickly change the subject. As it turned out, the young knight was going to warn the crown prince that the groom, who was also the night killer, had died and his body was safely hidden, and that in Rowell's bag was the ill-fated volume of the History of the Empire. It was the very book that the time traveler had gone to the library to get at night, mercilessly cut into two halves, and for a few seconds the men looked at it silently. Calix smiled very tensely and said, "Wow," just like a man who had seen something he really didn't like, but was unable to admit it openly. After a pause, the red-eyed prince said ominously, "Here comes the assignment." And somewhere in a completely different place, Rosa Estenia began to tremble, as if from a very severe frost. The girl was in the kitchen doing some chores when she felt a very strong and unexpected discomfort, and the bearded chef, already familiar to readers, looked at the protagonist with lazy interest. The elderly man chuckled maliciously and patted the maid on the shoulder because the latter had still managed to keep her head on her neck, and the heroine felt awkward again. Not wanting to arouse suspicion, she laughed awkwardly, demonstrating that she shared her boss's sense of humor, and then the bearded man noted that the newcomer had become a frequent visitor to his domain. And it was at this moment that the audience was shown a close-up view of the cook, scratching his dirty neck and beard with long unwashed fingers. Rosa unfortunately saw this too, in all its details, although she would probably have given any money to avoid looking at such a disgusting sight. But she was convinced that things in the kitchen were even worse than they seemed. The head of the kitchen did not pay any attention to his own hygiene, so it was strange that the prince had not yet come down with severe indigestion. Something definitely needed to be done about this, so Estenia sighed mentally, and then addressed the older man in the sweetest voice possible. Trying to win his favor, the protagonist sweetly chirped, "Why doesn't the chef start working in a special cap, cut his nails and do something with his beard?" But the sweet voice didn't help at all. The old man became so furious, as if the main character had suggested that he eat his own child alive. Rosa was taken aback and, just in case, took a few steps back. She didn't want someone to suddenly attack her with fists or, even worse, with an arsenal of knives. And the cook got really angry, hanging over the girl like some kind of huge ogre. He roared loudly. Who did she even think she was? But the maid reminded herself not to be a coward. After all, in her past life, she was an employee of an expensive hotel. She dealt with idiots every day and learned to negotiate even with the most impenetrably stupid ones. This situation was not yet the most terrible, so when the initial fear subsided, the heroine calmly waved her hand and reminded the bearded man that she was the personal servant of His Highness Calix Phosmus. No, this was not an attempt to threaten. Using her position at court, the girl chose a much more subtle approach. She assumed that the old man, as befits a cook, puts not only strength, but also soul into his dishes. So let him imagine for just a moment what would happen if something suddenly got into his food that shouldn't be there, like disgusting, disease-carrying, parasite-carrying insects. Naturally, in such a situation, the prince will act the same way as most people. He will simply throw away the unusable food without even thinking about how much time and effort the servants spent on it. That is why the protagonist hoped that her interlocutor, being the head of the palace kitchen, could not allow this to happen, and mentally prayed for the trick to work. But the bearded man didn't answer. He frowned and maintained a heavy silence for a long time, which made Estenia feel like a fool again, who had said all sorts of nonsense. The silence lasted for 1 second, then another, a third, and with each passing moment the atmosphere grew tense until finally the cook opened his mouth and laughed, sincerely and to the point of tears. The man laughed for a long time, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, but eventually he calmed down, and then with genuine interest suggested that the fact that Calix had not yet executed Rosa had nothing to do with blind luck. If at first the bearded man was very angry at the hit woman's suggestion to deal with hygiene, now he completely changed his mind and decided to do everything as she said. Laughing and clapping the protagonist on the back, the cook admitted that he liked the woman's assertiveness, and she thanked the client for his understanding, but quickly refused to explain what this strange word meant. Extending his palm for a handshake, the man finally revealed his name, Tyrant, and he invited Estenia to contact him at any time if she needed anything. The pink-haired maid accepted the hand a little awkwardly, but she still sincerely thanked him for this service and admitted that she was truly glad to cooperate. And at that moment, laughing out loud, the bearded man declared that he would not promise to fulfill her request, the one that concerned washing her hands, beard, and skin. The protagonist was so taken aback that she didn't even say anything in response to this, and then, when Tyrant turned away, she looked with a forced smile at the dirt he left on her own palm. The main character didn't say anything, but from her forced smile, it was easy to understand that in a different situation, Rosa would have said a lot of affectionate things to the cook, and he, meanwhile, was calling out to the rest of the servants, Pointing to the newcomer, the man introduced her to the other maids and cooks as Prince Calix's personal servant and ordered her to fulfill all her requests in the future. The girl's reaction was like the effect of an exploding bomb. They ran up to introduce themselves with great enthusiasm and joy, which left Estenia taken aback again. Everyone wanted to make pleasant connections at court, especially if a certain person had access to a member of the imperial family. The heroine was literally bombarded with questions and other words. Only one person remained completely indifferent to this. This man sat a little further away and calmly ate a ripe apple, enjoying its taste. However, he was not at all in the clouds, as one might assume. This red-haired youth with amber eyes listened attentively to everything that those around him said. At some point, the stranger glanced furtively at Rose. The protagonist was talking to the other servants at that moment, smiling at them and telling them something. The red-haired boy, hiding from the others behind the wall, looked surprised. He said Estenia's first and last names in such a tone as if they meant a lot to him. Some time passed, and here the main character stood, neither alive nor dead, with an unnatural smile on her face and feeling a horde of icy goosebumps running through her body. And there was a reason for that. Right now, Calix Phosmus was boring into her with an irritated gaze, like a strict and angry parent about to punish a naughty child. The reason, as it was not difficult to guess, was the long-suffering history book. Earlier, the prince and his confidant did not pay attention to this, but after examining the book in the morning, the brunette decided to give the new maid a dressing down. In the end, the protagonist, tired of the silence, said that since Rose had a mouth, let her do a good deed. Open it and say something in her defense, but the poor girl simply could not bring herself to open her lips. The reason was not so much fear as uncertainty. What kind of justification can you come up with in such a situation so as not to get even more problems on your neck? Estenia very clearly and in detail presented such a picture, how she, with feigned carelessness, says that it is just a book, and the enraged prince in response orders her to be killed. Then she imagines the result of an attempt to move the ruthless master to pity, to declare with tears that she had no other choice, and this will also end in execution, but for incompetence. Perhaps none of this would have happened in reality, but the newcomer was too scared and depressed to check, so in the end she simply bowed her head and promised to get a copy of the damaged tome. The man listened to her, his face propped up on his fist in boredom. It seemed that he was only giving the protagonist the opportunity to clear her name out of politeness. Calix, having calmly repeated her desperate promise, does something unexpected. He orders the maid to open the book, which has been cut into 2 crooked halves. Rose, of course, is surprised, but arguing in such a situation would be like death for her, so the woman immediately rushes to carry out this simple order. And between the pages, the main character discovered a sheet of paper, but not a simple one. It seemed to be made of pure gold and precious stones, because it glittered and sparkled. And then Phosmus finally asked if Estena really thought he could find something like that. And although he had not yet shouted, there was a growl in the young man's voice like that of an enraged beast. The protagonist realized with horror that without wanting to, she had stepped on the master's sore spot, imagining how she would be executed in the most horrible ways. She nevertheless swore to fulfill her promise. To say that Rose felt beaten would be a huge understatement. The newcomer mentally screamed in despair, thinking that she was just an ordinary servant. She was not capable of carrying out tasks of such an exorbitant level. On the other hand, Calix himself didn't have much of a choice. He couldn't trust anyone except Roll and the pink-haired girl, which he himself understood perfectly well, so he was generous with a little help. It was a purse filled to the brim with gold coins. Very heavy even to look at, but the girl was so amazed that she didn't even pay attention to it. She was taken aback, imagining how much such a huge amount of precious metal could cost on her native Earth, but the prince himself treated this donation lightly, as if it were a tip. Insanely happy, Rosa was ready to get even a star from the sky for Calix, but the young man only sent her away with slight impatience, warning that he had only 2 days to complete the task. Estenia had not yet realized how short a period of time it was, because her thoughts were still preoccupied with gold, and as soon as the gentleman finished speaking, she flew out of the office, slamming the door noisily. Roel, who had been standing silently to Phosmus's right hand throughout the entire episode, finally spoke up. The white-haired man was asking if Calix really believed that the protagonist would complete the task, since the book contained an invitation to the third prince's ball, something that could not be obtained without a reason. The red-eyed brunette calmly admitted that even he would have had a hard time getting an invitation to such an event from his brother, but the important point was that it was not he who gave the difficult task to Rose. She volunteered on her own. The young knight looked at his master very carefully. Perhaps he would have liked to point out the unfairness of such a decision, but he still remained silent. After that, Chris's eyes clouded over. He mentally traveled back many years to the past when he was still a teenager, and Calix was a broken, unhappy child, broken by the loss of his mother. The kid then cried his already red eyes out, before finally admitting that if he wanted to survive in this situation, he would have to become a killer himself. Many years passed, and this poor, weak boy grew into a young man, sitting in a chair with an air of as if the rest of the world were nothing more than his plaything. And the white-haired knight smiled, for the first time in history. It was difficult to say whether he was proud of his cousin's achievements or saw some irony, but he added out loud that he hoped for Estinia's success. Phosmus, looking puzzled and slightly irritated, called out to his subordinate, as if the latter had started talking nonsense at the most crucial moment. From the younger prince's point of view, that was indeed the case. Calix believed that a simple servant was in principle incapable of performing such a task, and Roel countered that this time the brunette had gone too far with his inflated standards. The prince angrily asked, "What?" But after that, the focus changed to the courtyard, where numerous maids were hanging out laundry to dry, and there, among others, was Rose. The protagonist uncomfortably thought that she would have to seriously work on her unhealthy obsession with money. She was finally beginning to understand what kind of mess she had let herself get herself into. She looked at that same gilded invitation card, and on it, in dark letters, was embossed the solemn words, "You have been invited to a masquerade ball." It was as if a huge lump of ice had gotten stuck in the girl's throat, and her smile wasn't even forced, but simply close to hysteria. She finally realized that Phosmus was burning her with his gaze not at all for the damaged history book. And it would be fine if the invitation had been received from some mid-level nobleman who hoped to increase his prestige through the prince's presence. No, its author was another heir to the throne. The protagonist remembered with incredible envy the numerous love stories about time travelers that she had read in her earthly life. The heroines there lived like cheese in clover. Everyone adored them, and any problems disappeared with a wave of a finger. And she, the unfortunate Korean woman hit by a truck in someone else's body, seemed to find herself in some kind of spy thriller. She had to save her own skin from the killer and get the coveted ticket for the gentleman. However, whining is whining, but something had to be done, so Estenia first decided to turn to her best friend Mila for possible advice. The brunette, like most of the maids, was busy hanging out laundry, but she still agreed to listen to the heroine, and was not without surprise to learn that she wanted to find a person close to the third crown prince. The girl with amber eyes asked loudly and in surprise who they were talking about, and the protagonist immediately became happy. Such a reaction definitely meant that Mila knew something. But no, as it turned out, the woman knew nothing about the emperor's third offspring, except that he existed, because she was a commoner and had never met this man, and the reaction was so violent, simply because the maid had such a character. The time traveler almost cursed from disappointment, but decided to try another approach, namely, to find out how free the access to the library was where the imperial genealogy was kept. But here, too, there was a problem. Except for the ruling clan, only people with special permission could go there. Having explained this, the dark-haired girl grinned widely and giggled into her fist, as if Estenia had just made an incredibly stupid but still funny joke. Fortunately, it turned out that Mila could help the protagonist. Putting her arm around her shoulders in a friendly manner, the maid brought a piece of paper to Rosa's eyes. With a solemn air, she announced that this was a map she had drawn to the Crimson Bookstore, where you could buy everything that had ever been printed and even things that hadn't. Despite being familiar with the original work and its characters, the traveler had no idea what was being discussed. But since a drowning man will clutch at a straw, She did not refuse. The pink-haired maid thanked her friend from the bottom of her heart, and she, with a sly but friendly smile, asked her to buy her something tasty later as a thank you. The protagonist, of course, did not refuse. It was a ridiculously small price to pay in response to a possible solution to the problem, and after that the girls went their separate ways. Mila waved good-naturedly after Rose, and then suddenly stopped and froze. At that moment she looked very creepy, like a zombie who had finally been released from the sorcerer's control. Blinking, the brunette wondered where she got that homemade map from, thereby showing that someone was closely following Estenia's adventures. After this, readers are shown a magnificent view of the imperial city. In the rays of the sun, these neat houses made of sandstone with sapphire roofs resembled a confectionery product, and at that moment Rose was walking along its streets. In order not to stand out from the crowd, she had changed her official maid uniform for a simple dress and a headscarf. At some point, a random merchant called out to the protagonist, offering her a ripe apple to try, but the girl refused the gift with a good-natured smile. In her mind, the traveler was surprised at how much reality differed from her expectations. Because of how much intrigue, murder, and blood there was in Rise of the Blood Moon Empire, she was sure that there would be destruction and fear all around. But in reality, everything was quite good. Besides this, the main character was very proud of herself for having managed to integrate into the local society to such an extent that no one noticed her, and this in less than 2 days of living in the new world. After making sure there were no strangers nearby, Rosa Estenia took out the map Mila had given her, but all she saw were sloppily drawn lines. It was a real blow to the gut. Before that, the protagonist still hoped to find a passage to the right shop, but now, if she met her friend, she could slap her. Because of the terrible melancholy, the pink-haired woman forgot for a moment that she was, in fact, in the middle of the street, and did not notice how a man with bags in his hands was walking towards her. The boor unceremoniously pushed the girl with his shoulders, ordering her to get out of the way as far as possible, and she, not expecting this, stumbled and began to fall to the ground. However, the painful landing did not happen. At the very last moment, someone's caring but strong hands caught the fragile maid. It turned out to be the mysterious red-haired young man whom the viewers saw when Estenia was settling things with Tyrant in the kitchen. Now the boy greeted the heroine good-naturedly and smiled. The protagonist was so taken aback by what had happened that she didn't even say anything. She just cast an extremely worried glance up at her unexpected gentleman. But the young man did not demand any gratitude yet. On the contrary, he smiled so brightly that for a moment he looked like a humanoid sun that had come down from a child's drawing. The stranger clearly expected that the girl would start talking to him, that they would gradually become closer, and then it wouldn't be long before they took a walk together. But no. Rosa decided to shamelessly wave her hand, only thanking the strange man for putting his shoulders on the table. For a moment the red-haired man was dumbfounded, but almost immediately changed tactics. Carelessly putting his hands behind his head, he announced that he would still follow Estenia, because he felt that the latter was planning some interesting adventures. Otherwise, it was in vain that he had been following the target from the moment he left the palace. Now it was time for the main character to be unpleasantly surprised. Scowling angrily, she demanded a direct answer as to who this kid was and what the hell he wanted from her. The redhead stared at the protagonist with great surprise. One might have thought that she had just demanded an explanation of elementary and understandable things, like why water is wet. Looking straight into the woman's soul with eyes sparkling with unhealthy enthusiasm, the man finally mentioned his name, Aaron, as if that already explained everything in abundance. Then the creepy stranger added that he was in the kitchen when the maid was talking to Tyrant, and it seemed to him that something interesting would definitely be connected with her. But Rose still irritably demanded to explain what the guy needed. She didn't care about his name. In her emotions, she asked if the red-haired man was a stalker, but quickly came to her senses. This is a completely different universe. Here people have no idea that on Earth this word is used to describe manic stalkers. Estenia refused to waste time explaining the unknown term, and only angrily threw Aaron so that the latter would not think of following her anymore. She actually had a lot to do, and the woman even managed to take a few steps away, while the guy looked after her in amazement. just like a child who doesn't understand why he was scolded and doesn't want to play. The protagonist was completely focused on the map, trying to understand where and how to move along these unclear lines, and did not even notice that someone continued to follow her like a shadow. When she noticed, she turned around to repeat to Aaron one last time. There was no need to follow her. They were not lovers or even friends to walk together, and so she again ignored the fact that the stranger was reaching for the homemade map. Frightened, the maid tried to get the sign back, but the stalker turned out to be much taller. Having examined the paper, he suddenly recognized Crimson's bookstore. The maid froze with her mouth open. She could have sworn that not once during their short conversation had she mentioned the name of the place to which she was trying to find her way. After hesitating, Estenia asked in a calmer tone if Aaron knew the way to her, and the young man corrected her with a smile. He was the only person who could, in principle, show the way. After this, the red-haired man quickly turned around and ordered her to follow him. But Rose was so surprised by this incredible coincidence that she did not obey right away. At first glance, everything might have looked good and successful, but the maid barely audibly gritted her teeth. Someone was trying their best to make a fool out of her, and she didn't like it. However, there was nothing to be done. The main character vitally needed to get an invitation, and in order to achieve this goal, she could endure the unpleasant company of Aaron. At first, the characters walked along the main street of the city. Clean, paved with smooth stones, it seemed cut out of some fairy tale, but then they had to turn aside. Now the heroes were winding through the back streets between the houses. These were not some kind of terrible slums where dozens of robbers and thieves sat on every corner, but the atmosphere still became oppressive. The protagonist began to get nervous. She was seriously worried whether she was being led the right way, while the lanky boy carefreely whistled some song. Gradually, fear gave way to irritation, and that, in turn, grew into seething rage. The maid mentally swore an oath to beat off all the parts of Aaron's body protruding from him if he tried to deceive her. The young man glanced sideways at the heroine. It seemed he had read her thoughts, and now deep down he was having fun, savoring the victim's negative emotions like a drink. But this feeling lasted only for a moment, so most people would not even notice the change. After that, the guy smiled radiantly again. However, it was too late. The traveler noticed everything perfectly well, and now stood there shocked, unable to understand what the hell had just happened to the conductor. Aaron stopped, announcing that they had finally reached the right place, but the woman was still in shock. She could have sworn on anything that for a second the boy had completely transformed, becoming truly scary. As for the ever-memorable shop, it made an even more unpleasant impression. Huge, with old black walls, surrounded by dead trees with crooked branches on which crows sat, and even the sky around was red, like blood. After this, the crows also began to scream, like hyenas who had finally seen suitable prey and were rejoicing, anticipating how they would sink their beaks into tender and fresh flesh. In other words, the building looked less like a bookstore and more like a secret temple where human sacrifices were made on bloody altars. But the sign helpfully informed that this was indeed Mr. Crimson's establishment. Rosa Estenia looked at all this with the look of a dead doll. The sight that opened up before her made the girl's heart sink into her heels, and for a moment she even thought about rushing away, forgetting about completing the task. But she quickly pulled herself together. Too much was at stake for the protagonist to give in now, so the maid suppressed her horror and entered the kindly opened doors. However, the inside of the house didn't look much better than the outside. The walls and furniture were still intact, but otherwise it seemed like no one had lived there for a long time. The traveler doubted that in such a place it would be possible to find the genealogy of the imperial family, and Aaron, meanwhile, asked what kind of forbidden book the client needed. The heroine turned around abruptly and shouted, "What?" with such a disconcerted look, as if the red-haired man had offered to buy her a dried baby's heart, but he repeated with a sweet smile, "A forbidden book." The discussion was about literature that, for various reasons, no one wanted to see on the shelves of ordinary stores or libraries, and the guy took out just one of those for demonstration. It was a harmless, at first glance, scarlet-colored volume. A collection of recipes or school instructions on etiquette could have looked just like it did, but Rose shuddered as if from a blow. and the titles of the books that stood on the shelves looked very strange, but intriguing in their own way. One tome was called What's Under the Master's Shirt, another, The Knight Who Is Always Next to the Tyrant, and the third, Why Did the Mistress Give Bread to This Particular Slave? The protagonist completely forgot about the need to keep her face straight because she stood with incredibly bulging eyes and a dropped jaw, looking at all this disgrace. And it soon became clear why she was so stunned. As it turned out, the glorious empire had such puritanical morals that banal, erotic novels fell under the category of forbidden literature. Now Aaron good-naturedly clarified what suited Rose better: works completely devoted to erotica or those more oriented towards romance, and did not notice how one book gave off a haze. But the girl did notice. This grimoire was called 34 Things to Summon a Demon, and when the red-haired man realized his mistake, he unceremoniously threw it away. This frightened the newcomer even more. She didn't say anything, but looked very closely at the guide and thought, who is he after all? The guy tried to act as carefree and relaxed as possible, as if he was already a best friend, but at the same time he involuntarily demonstrated that he had an excellent understanding of how everything worked here. After some hesitation, the main character decided to act directly. She simply asked how well Aaron knew Crimson's shop, and he looked at the woman in response. However, she could no longer be confused by the eerie gaze of the amber eyes. Looking into them firmly, Estenia assumed that the books were just a cover, and in fact they were selling information for money here. The red-haired man said nothing, didn't blink, and didn't even smile, as he would have done before. It was as if he were a bewitched puppet that the puppeteer had just thrown. But this strange pause did not last long. After it, the mysterious young man nevertheless smiled, as if he felt pride in the intelligence of his interlocutor. However, Aaron, of course, was not going to lay all his cards on the table after the first move. He simply showed the girl a thumb and repeated with a grin that he was the only such expert. And then, without asking permission or even warning, the boy grabbed the maid by the hand and dragged her along with force, ignoring her resistance. But Estenia, for her part, did not particularly try to resist what was happening. Perhaps she decided that this way it would be easier to finally get the necessary data. Aaron led the visitor into the depths of the shop. In terms of size, it could easily compete with many noble estates, so it had enough rooms, stairs, and floors. But eventually the characters reached their destination. And, having solemnly opened the door, the red-haired youth joyfully exclaimed, "Grandpa, I brought a visitor." As it turned out, it was an office where there was a man with a thick red beard and mustache. No longer young, but not yet a gray-haired old man. He was looking with interest through a magnifying glass at an object resembling a heart. The mysterious Mr. Crimson looked very ordinary. He did not resemble the stereotypical evil sorcerer or scheming schemer. He even grumpily reminded his grandson that he did not work with newbies, as if it was an attempt to feed him food he did not like. Aaron was about to explain that Estenia had no intention of asking for a job, but he didn't have time. The main character finally threw off his hand and then took a step forward. Without saying anything, she slammed the purse of gold she had received that morning from Calix onto the table, and the crash was as loud as if someone had hit the unfortunate furniture with a steel hammer. In this way, Rose decided to make it clear to the pair of schemers that she was not a newbie and would not be able to manipulate them in any way she wanted, but that cooperation would be profitable. Crimson's eyes widened in surprise. Probably the old information broker had never encountered such behavior in his entire practice, at least from a young woman. Of course, the sight of gold also played a role. The wallet opened slightly, showing those around the magnificent shine of the coins, on which a caravel was depicted. Any man would have drooled at the sight of such luxury, but Aaron's grandfather turned out to be a tougher nut to crack. He only grinned, looking at such a treasure. And then he laughed sincerely, very loudly and with all his heart, which immensely surprised not only Estenia, who had hoped to conquer the informant in this way, but also his own grandson. Having somehow managed to cope with the surging emotions, Crimson admitted that Rose was not at all like what he had heard, after which he graciously asked what she wanted. At the same time, the old man also named the woman's position at the court of the younger prince, and she was momentarily taken aback. How could a complete stranger know what she did for a living? However, one had to give Estenia credit. She tried not to show her shock openly, instead just smiling slightly tensely at the corner of her lips. As it turns out, during her very short life, the protagonist managed to have several jobs, including working as a casino employee. There she was given good advice, never to show your excitement to your opponent, because this alone could be enough for the opponent to get the key to victory, so Rosa tried to turn everything into a joke. When asked how Crimson had learned so many details about the latest guest, the red-haired old man in the monocle narrowed his eyes slyly and replied that it was as easy as pie. Firstly, the pink hair color, which is rare to find even in another world. Secondly, the overly rich clothes and the precious brooch, which can only be found in the palace, and finally the willingness to bargain for huge sums inaccessible to the common man. In other words, the disguise on which the traveler had placed such hopes turned out to be an open book to an experienced eye. Not to mention the fact that an aristocratic acquaintance had warned the informant about Calix's new favorite even earlier. Finally, the data merchant repeats the question, what exactly does Rosa Estenya, Prince Phosmus's personal servant and the only one to retain her head for more than a day, want to know? It was a very strong move, which took the protagonist's arrogance down a notch. With a wry and forced smile, she admitted that Crimson was not eating his bread for nothing, and then asked how well he knew their state as a whole. The old man began his answer by admitting that he was not an aristocrat, and after that the main character was about to leave, apologizing for disturbing her and taking her wallet with her, but the informant did not allow it. The cunning bearded man was not going to lose such a fat jackpot, and besides, he simply did not have time to finish speaking. So, clearing his throat and keeping his hand on the coveted bag, he began the conversation again. The purse with gold seemed to open by accident, and the owner of the shop, again, seemed to inadvertently move 3 coins out of 10 towards himself. But the protagonist immediately noticed and remembered it. Officially, Crimson might be a commoner, but if a rich young lady needed to know something about the powers that be, he was quite capable of helping. Looking straight at the gold with a very strange, almost half-mad look, Estenya asked if the shopkeeper worked with objects, without specifying what kind. The old man calmly replied that it depended on the thing itself, after which he asked what kind of artifact needed to be obtained, some ancient royal gem or a tome lost over the centuries. The main character was silent for a while. Before her eyes, as if in reality, appeared a gilded sheet of paper with an invitation to the Third Crown Prince's masquerade ball. It was quite possible that her life depended on this ticket, but there was another thing that was no less important to Rosa than the ill-fated piece of paper, and the girl wanted to get it. Yes, it was related to Calix. The protagonist had a certain plan on how to deceive this man and stay safe no matter what happened. All that was required for this was to find the main character of the original work, the one who made the cold-blooded prince and his faithful guard fall in love with her. Of course, the maid had no intention of telling all this to the old, cunning schemer. Instead, she demanded to know the most serious secret of a certain Duke Tianel. As it turns out, this man was the parent of the original novel's protagonist, and since she was conceived out of wedlock in a casual love affair, her existence was carefully guarded from the nobility. If Crimson can find out where exactly this mysterious heartbreaker lives, who is destined to charm even the impenetrable Phosmus, it will be a real jackpot. The time traveler simultaneously learns where the biggest threat to her existence is, and at the same time learns how competent this shopkeeper is, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. True, then Rosa remembered that she had only 2 days to find a second invitation to replace the torn one, so she checked just in case whether the merchant would be able to cope in 24 hours. Crimson asked in a slightly sharp tone if he was being tested. He was clearly one of those people who were keenly aware of doubts about his abilities, and then the maid pushed the 3 coins towards him. Estenya peacefully informed him that they were the price for completing the current task, and if the old man succeeded, then next time he would receive 6, and the information broker quickly agreed, changing his anger to mercy. The client and the merchant extended their hands to each other, symbolically demonstrating the conclusion of a contract, and Aaron, who had been forgotten for a few minutes, silently looked at this with a strange look. After this, the maid and the young man accompanying her left Crimson's shop. As it turned out, the day had already ended and was replaced by a crimson-orange sunset. The bookshop no longer seemed like a supernatural abode of devil worshippers, and even the young man was silent and unsmiling this time, until he finally decided to ask how Rose had found out about his grandfather's prices. As it turned out, he usually took 3 full-weight gold coins for completing such orders, but the girl admitted that she made this assumption when she saw how he had previously moved several coins from his wallet towards himself. Aaron stared at the protagonist with genuine surprise and even blushed, which made the woman embarrassed. Had she just said or done something stupid? The awkward episode lasted for some time, and then the young man, who had been stalking the maid all day to lead her to a deal, began to laugh. Not in the way that a stereotypical evil villain does, trying to demonstrate his evilness sincerely and joyfully, and the young man even, with some difficulty, reported that the main character is really very interesting. So Aaron warned Estenia that he would be watching her from now on. And from these simple words, in essence, it was as if a very sinister aura emanated. Rose responded by opening her blue eyes wide and staring at her interlocutor with a look that might be seen on a fish or a man who had been hit over the head with a club. And the red-haired boy responded with a sly, fox-like but good-natured smile, as if he and the main character had been old friends for a long time, and this was just part of a pleasant pastime. From the outside, it really might have seemed that way. Having recovered from her surprise, the protagonist angrily demanded to be shown the way back to the palace, and Aaron was very convincingly offended, not understanding what she didn't like. The action moves several hours into the future. The sunset has happily given way to night, and the light of a huge, silvery moon plays on the walls of the giant castle of Calix. Many people had already successfully seen the 10th dream, but not Rosa Estenia. Right now she was drilling something or someone with her eyes, as if trying to emerge victorious from a strange duel. The victim this time turned out to be a strange diary kept by the prince's real servant, whose body was occupied by the soul of the dead earthling, setting the entire plot in motion. In the end, the traveler couldn't take it anymore, lowered her eyes, and exhaled heavily. One could say that the book won this duel with a crushing score. But the girl wasn't going to give up so easily either. She grabbed the book and began frantically turning the pages, hoping to see updated information, and the tome did not disappoint its new owner. In the darkness of the night, it clearly glowed with a mystical pale blue light, as if it was about to cast a spell. The first thing Rose did was read the things she already knew, that the mysterious Mr. Crimson used his status as an underground bookseller to exchange and sell information, and that he had many connections in a variety of circles. The book also helpfully warned that the price for his services was 3 coins, and Estenia was so furious that she almost tore it up, because how much effort she would have saved if she hadn't carried around a huge, full purse. Turning the page in irritation, the protagonist came across something unexpected. The conversation was about some Mrs. Mallory, a herbalist, but the girl had no idea who she was. But the text helpfully suggested that this mysterious person allegedly gave Rosa special herbs from Vigen. They could easily determine the presence of poison in water or food. This plant had such mystical properties. If even 1 drop of poison fell on its leaf, it would immediately change color from green to blue, like a chameleon. And the box with this treasure, if you believe the mysterious entity that left notes in the diary, was in the 3rd drawer of the table belonging to the protagonist. The main character felt very strange and uncomfortable, but anyone would feel the same way in her place, realizing that someone can easily rummage through your room, change something in it, and hide it. To make sure, the traveler hurried to open the place mentioned in the book, and with mixed feelings saw that the text had not lied. The herbs really were there. This plant had a very simple and nondescript appearance. If you didn't know beforehand, you would never say that it was, in its own way, much more valuable than gold. And Rosa Estenia was still slowly realizing that the mysterious chronicler had not lied this time either, as before, with the poison from the Duke, which had mysteriously ended up under the bed. No, the woman was of course glad that she now had a reliable and secret way to avoid gifts from ill-wishers. But who was helping her and why? The maid asked herself this question out loud, and naturally, no one answered her, just like the first time she tried to get information through the mysterious diary. For a few seconds, Rosa stood silently, not looking anywhere in particular, and then she closed her eyes bitterly and admitted that it would have been better if the mysterious benefactor had sent her home. A few seconds later, the sad laughter turned into stifled crying. The protagonist really missed her home on Earth, her family, friends, and even her old job. But to the credit of the main character, she did not allow herself to fall into hysterics. Trying to think detachedly and calmly, she reminded herself that she had done a wonderful, praiseworthy job that day. She simply needs to live until the moment when TNL's illegitimate daughter arrives at the court of Calix Phosmus. Then she will be able to safely leave the palace. And besides, this will allow the time traveler to fully concentrate on another mission, finding a way to return to Earth, to her native Korea, and to her old body. To cheer herself up and give herself more motivation, the pink-haired girl called herself by her real birth name for the first time in a long time, Lee Chae-rin. Readers were then shown another character page. This time it was dedicated to Aaron and told what an unbearable slacker he was, constantly running away from his duties in the kitchen. The action moves to the next day. After a fateful trip to the shop of the mysterious Mr. Crimson, the main character received a letter from the postman boy. The protagonist had not yet made any acquaintances in this world who could or would send a message in this way, but she looked at the message with interest. As you might guess, it was a message from an old bookseller saying that the ever-memorable Duke, for some reason, was keeping a close eye on the girl Serena, who suspiciously resembled him in appearance. Yes, this was the main female character of Blood Moon Empire. For some reason, the time traveler desperately believed that as soon as this woman appeared, all her problems would immediately disappear. In addition, in the letter, Crimson asked whether Rose wanted to continue working with him, but this did not need to be written. The maid was in seventh heaven. Armed with a quill, the maid quickly wrote that she would send the promised payment, and in addition, immediately gave a new mission: to get tickets to a closed event organized by the third Crown Prince. After this, she and the young postman parted ways. The boy, without wasting any time, ran off to continue delivering messages, and the girl, wishing him luck, also returned to work. It was her triumph. What initially seemed like a suicide mission turned out to be easier. All that was left was to wait a little longer for the next results. After this, the action, apparently, moved to the evening. In the office of Prince Calix Phosmus, the lamps were burning brightly, and behind him, the fireplace was blazing like a huge crimson flower. Respectfully closing her eyes, the main character obediently handed the gentleman the treasured gilded invitation, exactly the same as the one that was lost during the battle with the Night Killer. It would seem that the brunette should have praised the maid for completing such a difficult and even dangerous task, but he only cast another cold glance at her and asked, "Is there really only one ticket?" But such tricks no longer scared her. As it turned out, Estenia received as many as 3 invitations, and all thanks to Crimson. The latter even complained that the mission turned out to be too easy. Laying out the precious paper in front of him like ordinary cards, Calix asked if Rosa knew what it was. And when she answered that it was invitation tickets, he asked pointedly where exactly. The traveler didn't understand mentally what the problem was at all. She had gotten the necessary things, so what else did this crowned murderer want from her? Fortunately, the girl, with all her many talents, did not know how to read the thoughts and emotions of those around her. Otherwise, she would have felt how the red-eyed young man seemed to be covered in ice. Phosmus would never admit it out loud, but he began to fear the protagonist no less than she feared him. The third Crown Prince held an illegal meeting and carefully covered up all possible traces, but a supposedly ordinary maid somehow managed to find her way there. If earlier Calix still considered Rosa simply an overly emotional, shameless but smart girl, now she has become an extremely mysterious and dangerous person, to whom it is better not to turn your back. Not long ago, the main character made inquiries about the protagonist's origins. She was born into a family of unremarkable barons, lost her parents during an epidemic, and after that got a job as a maid in the palace. In other words, neither Phosmus nor Roel managed to find anything that would arouse concern or even interest. The most banal biography of an unremarkable woman of noble origin, but it remained even more incomprehensible how, for heaven's sake, she had accomplished such a task. After all, it was not much easier than literally getting a star from the sky. For a while, the main character was again plunged into unpleasant memories of the past, how he, still a child, had to shed blood for his own life. It was very unpleasant for the prince to realize that, in a way, he had driven Estenha into the same trap he had been in many years ago. And the fact that a person can do the impossible in order to save his own skin in hopeless situations, the young man also knew from his own experience, if a girl managed to bypass or overcome all obstacles in order to complete such a difficult task, and all for the sake of keeping her head, it will not be possible to treat her as before. On the other hand, this made what was happening even more interesting, and having finished his thoughts on this, Calix thanked the maid with a slight smile for carrying out the order. And then the brunette declared that the pink-haired girl would go to the ball with him, in the tone in which people, looking at huge black clouds, say, "Oh, it must be raining heavily." There was a short silence as the main character simply stood and looked at the man, who, in turn, continued to sit in the chair, holding his hand on the tickets, and looked back at the maid. After an unknown number of minutes, Estenha timidly asked, "What?" And Phosmus, instantly angry, repeated that she would accompany him to the ball. If it had been some other girl, and if one of Calix's brothers had been in his place, there would have been no discontent in principle. But the newcomer only grabbed her head in horror. She didn't want adventures. She didn't need to go to any masquerades or go outside the palace at all. The woman just wanted to wait out the storm in a relatively safe place, but alas, she had no choice. The protagonist meekly responded with consent, but all her thoughts were clearly visible on her face. You didn't even need to be a seasoned intriguer or psychologist to see that. The youngest heir to the throne chuckled as he watched her suffer. Apparently, the red-eyed sly man had bet that the night would be much more stormy than the girl thought. It turned out that they were also thinking in completely opposite directions. Rosa was panicking, unable to figure out what to wear and how to behave, and Calix calmly promised himself to watch his companion. The pleasure was spoiled in a way that the younger prince had not expected at all. His memory suddenly brought back Roel's old words. "It seems you liked her." The memory sounded so authentic and clear, as if the white-haired knight was standing next to him, and Phosmus, forgetting himself, answered out loud that he didn't feel anything like that. The pink-haired girl stared at the gentleman in confusion, and he, realizing that he had let it slip, irritably ordered her to leave already, even waving his hand as if to an annoying dog. Rosa Estenha very calmly replied that this order would also be carried out immediately, but she mentally growled with anger and regretted that she could not at least once give this boy a punch in the teeth. In order not to lose control over her emotions and not to do something bad, the maid hurried to the exit of the office faster than expected, and only on the other side of the doors did she breathe out safely. And already in a safe place, the traveler did not deny herself the pleasure of giving vent to the accumulated negativity, mentally, so that no one would hear. She covered the prince with all possible curses, and even showed him the middle finger at the door. Unfortunately, no amount of anger could help her. She would have to go to the hated masquerade ball anyway, and it was unknown what she would at least have to wear to it. Perhaps in another situation, the protagonist would never have done such a thing, but desperate times called for desperate measures. So she turned to Aaron. The red-haired youth was a bit of an oddball in his own right, but even he couldn't believe that a girl of noble birth would beg him for old, cheap men's things. It was like seriously suggesting that camels were brilliant mathematicians who had surpassed humans in intelligence. But no, Estenha was definitely not joking. Crimson's grandson scratched his head in confusion. It wouldn't have been difficult to borrow, of course, but he was much taller and broader in the shoulders, so Rose would simply drown in his clothes. Aaron's surprise was understandable. The difference in height between them was a whole head, and people with such differences usually did not exchange wearable items. The protagonist fervently assured her new acquaintance that she would deal with the problem on her own, and the young man eventually gave in, agreeing to look for something. Some time passed, and finally the cherished day of the secret ball of the third crown prince arrived. The main characters could no longer prepare or hesitate. Naturally, Calix Phosmus had long ago prepared all the things he needed. It would be foolish to assume that such a person would abandon preparations and hope for the best. In order not to attract attention in the company of dressed-up nobles and rich people, the youngest prince dressed accordingly. He took out from his storerooms a luxurious, dark burgundy suit, decorated with rubies and gilding. In addition, the young man combed his hair, dyed his eyebrows, and hid the bags under his eyes, and looking at this, the main character could not help but admit, at least in her thoughts, that he was magnificent. The protagonist turned around abruptly. As it turned out, Estenia had been in the same room with him all this time, and she, of course, also had a unique costume ready. For the first few moments, the prince couldn't even say anything. He was so surprised. But then he rudely asked what the hell the maid had done here, causing the girl to be genuinely surprised. Rose innocently asked what she had done wrong, and Calix, with great difficulty restraining himself from tearing her head off, pointed to the clothes, and the maid came to her senses. Yes, the time traveler had indeed taken Erin's old outfit and tailored it so that it fit her. Now the woman was wearing a simple white shirt, brown pants with suspenders, and a shapeless hat that looked like the bottom of a sack. As it turned out, the main character was not trying to mock the owner in this way. She really couldn't think of anything better, and got angry when she heard the sharp, "Are you out of your mind?" Fortunately, the protagonist managed to contain her irritation this time and did not say anything nasty in response, and at some point the brunette abruptly turned around and left. As it turned out, the man was walking towards the closet, and from there he carefully took out a luxurious ball gown, made in the same black and red tones as his own outfit. The woman stared at it with her eyes wide with surprise. Most likely, she had never seen such things in front of her, even when she still lived on Earth. However, Calix's patience was coming to an end. Turning to his involuntary companion for the evening, he sternly ordered her to put on this set of men's hand-me-downs. And he didn't just order it. Phosmus threw the luxurious dress with the same carelessness with which another person might throw garbage into the bins standing near the house. Upon closer inspection, the clothes turned out to be even more magnificent than they initially seemed. With numerous bows, roses, and gems, it looked like it came from a fairy tale. The unfortunate girl froze, like a computer that had caught the blue screen of death. She stared at one point and did not react to anything, did not even blink. Still looking at her with irritation because of the unfortunate choice of things, Calix sternly reminded her that Rose was his partner at the ball that his older brother was throwing, so he couldn't disgrace himself. The unfortunate woman paid even less attention to his words than to the buzzing of a mosquito. She took the dress with the greatest caution, unable to believe that this was not a dream. But when it finally dawned on Estenia that this was indeed not a fantasy and that they were trying to force her to go to an unwanted ball in this form, she mentally let out a piercing, heartbreaking scream. The palace of the younger Phosmus, as before, looked incomparable, as if it had been designed not by mere mortal architects, but by immortal elven masters. Because of this, it was difficult to even imagine that a completely serious drama was taking place under the arches of this beauty. Calix, tired of the argument, decided to have the last word, warning the protagonist that he was waiting for her at the appointed place at the appointed time. And the heroine realized with horror that she had very little time left before the start of the trip, and she had no idea how to even put on this pile of fabrics. Nevertheless, the traveler managed to put the gift on correctly within an hour, and now she looked at herself in the mirror with mixed feelings, not understanding how local women could wear something like this every day. Well, Rose managed to put on the dress. Phosmus promised to lend her jewelry for the duration of the masquerade. Now, all that was left was a mere trifle, to find a cosmetic bag and tidy up her skin, but the necessary things were not on the table. Feeling beads of cold sweat running down her back, the protagonist decided to look in another closet. After all, the necessary items must be found somewhere, but they were not there either. The poor thing looked around the room so quickly that the picture before her eyes blurred, turning into a partially blurred panorama. But there was not even a hint of paint and cream anywhere. It was a complete and utter nightmare. The native Korean woman began to curse in every possible way the backward reality of the novel, where the basic things that every girl needs do not exist. She was horrified to imagine how she would be forced to go to this damned ball, in a magnificent dress, with a bunch of jewelry, but with pale, imperfect skin and completely white lips. It would be the end of everything. But in the darkest hour, a ray of hope shone. The diary of the real Rosa Estenia, who had already sent things to the protagonist twice in some supernatural way. He could do it a third time. The main character, still kneeling, addressed the mysterious book as if it were a deity and demanded that she be sent home for a short while to get the necessary items, or at least that she not have to go to the ball. There was no reaction, and then the newcomer furiously demanded that the mysterious benefactor at least send her the cosmetic bag into her hands so as not to disgrace herself. And the diary responded to this. A purple glow emanated from its cover, reminiscent of ghostly tongues of flame, and the amethyst decoration sparkled like an eye. The protagonist jerked in horror. She knew that this book was supernatural, but it was one thing to just know and receive it ready-made, and quite another to see magic in all its glory. When the glow subsided, the main character approached, opened the book, and turned a few pages, but with the utmost caution, so as not to provoke the unknown force. However, the girl quickly forgot about caution, because right before her eyes the inscriptions began to change. For the first time, she saw with her own eyes how this entity literally writes history. The conversation turned again to the mysterious Mrs. Mallory. This time, the diary helpfully warned that a small drawer in the wardrobe contained a unique cosmetic bag with everything necessary. This baffled Estenia. She turned her entire room upside down, but did not find anything in it that even remotely resembled a brush or leather paint. The protagonist approached the indicated place with slight horror and very slowly pulled out the cabinet. She would have given her hand to bet that there was definitely nothing there. She could still assume that the previous times an ordinary person had been in charge of her room, finishing the diary and adding poison or herbs, but it was still extremely difficult to believe in real magic. For a moment, a memory flashed before Rose's, aka Lee Chae-rin's, eyes, of how she stood in front of the mirror one evening, preparing to tidy up her face. It was an ordinary dressing table, such as can be seen in many houses around the world, and the bag that held brushes, mascara, and lipsticks did not look interesting either. If a stranger had seen it, he would not have attached any significance to it. It was not decorated with gems or gilding like the attributes of some rich people. However, it was this small storage of standard feminine accessories that Estenia took out from the depths of the closet, unable to believe that her sight and tactile sensations were not deceiving her. However, these were not hallucinations. The main character was actually holding her own cosmetic bag, which appeared in this room in a way that could not be described as anything other than supernatural. The traveler's heart skipped a few beats. For the first time, she thought about how powerful this mysterious force was that was guiding her destiny. The contents of the cosmetic bag were exactly the same as the protagonist remembered them. Absolutely nothing had changed, and the girl felt how her hands were shaking terribly. There was no longer any doubt. The diary, or the force behind it, was capable of understanding Estenia, and it had enough power at its disposal to transfer necessary things even between worlds. Rose smiled, but it was not a happy grin, or even a sarcastic grimace. Rather, it was the kind of expression one would see on a person who realized that they were going crazy. Having difficulty coping with the volcano of emotions, the main character furiously turned to the book and asked, "Does that mean it can teleport the necessary items?" And with that, a hail of questions began. Estenia demanded that the diary somehow answer who this Mrs. Mallory was, whether she was a living person, whether magic could transport a traveler home, and finally, whether she died from a collision with a car. And again, no reaction. As if the mysterious supernatural assistant had decided to pretend to be a hose and was now diligently pretending to be an ordinary, unreasonable object. This was the last straw, driven to action by fear for her life, horror of Calix's wrath, and the fear of being disgraced at the hated ball. The woman screamed in rage and threw the book aside. But after a few seconds, Rose calmed down. Trying to breathe very slowly and deeply, she reminded herself that now was not the time to throw tantrums. Something else was more important. The clock helpfully showed that the time allotted by Phosmas was almost gone, and the protagonist urgently needed to hurry unless she wanted to seriously anger the boss. With these thoughts, she returned the mysterious diary to its place and then, absolutely calmly, took out her makeup, preparing to apply beauty to her face as she had done thousands of times before. First, she whitened her cheeks, hiding any possible skin defects and giving it a pleasant light shade, and then carefully hung sparkling earrings on her earlobes. Then, having finished the procedure, she pulled on a simple traveling cloak with a hood and made a mental oath to return later and interrogate the strange book about everything. If before the protagonist was content with the information she had after reading the novel, now she was going to learn all the details about the new world, especially about its magic. And just in case, Estenia sternly warned the diary that she would soon return and that it should remain in place, like a strict mother addressing a child. And before slamming the door, Rose couldn't resist and very angrily warned the tome that when she returned, it would get it for all its tricks and omissions. When the traveler finally reached the right place, it was deep night. Bright stars were shining in the dark blue sky, and a luxurious carriage was standing behind the palace. As was easy to guess, it belonged to Prince Calix. Phosmas had no intention of going to the event organized by his brother in the guise of an ordinary person. The young man quickly examined the girl among the bushes and ordered her to sit inside, while he had an elegant masquerade mask on his face covering half of his face. The main character did not argue, and just a few minutes later the coachman gave the command to the horses, leading the royal client and his companion along the tangled night roads. For the first few minutes, the main characters were silent. They were not friends and had no common topics for casual conversation, but eventually the prince admitted that he was sure the woman would be late. Estenia replied with a sweet smile that such an act would be simply unacceptable, and mentally added that, yeah, right, she's not stupid, she's not adding problems to herself out of nowhere. At first glance, the pink-haired girl's words were polite and courteous, but the brunette still winced and grumbled something like, "Oh, that way of speaking." One might have thought that the maid had sworn loudly and very dirty out loud, but the prince did not develop this topic further. Instead, he handed the protagonist a mask with the order to put it on. The heroine obediently carried out the order, and Calix finally admitted that his brother was not organizing an ordinary gathering for high society. He would also be holding an auction. The two princes hated each other terribly, so Phosmas wanted to maintain maximum secrecy, and therefore Estenia would have to constantly monitor his actions so as not to reveal them. The girl grumbled that she already knew very well, thanks to the book, how much the sovereign brothers were sharpening their teeth at each other, and did not immediately notice that the carriage had stopped. The men were the first to leave, according to etiquette. Calix and the coachman descended to the ground, and then opened the door and held out their hands so that Rosa could easily descend after them. The protagonist had not said anything yet, she was just looking around with interest. But then the red-eyed prince noted that she could take off her cloak. At first, the main character did not understand what was being discussed, since the situation was too new and unusual for her, but a second later she came to her senses and threw off her cloak. Now she appeared before Prince Phosmas in all her glory, with long, beautifully groomed pink hair, pale skin, and an expensive black and scarlet dress. Something changed in the atmosphere, as if an invisible Cupid had fluttered up somewhere nearby, scattering fragrant flowers around, so that the traveler even caught her breath. The protagonist looked at the main character with wide eyes and a dropped jaw, and he himself, although he maintained an impassive expression, also assessed her with an unusual look. It is unknown what thoughts were going through the heads of the two young people, or whether there were any at all at such a piquant moment, but then, without warning, Calix took Estenia by the hand. Rose flinched as if she had been suddenly electrocuted, but that was not the end. The red-eyed prince leaned forward, and the girl mentally screamed, realizing where this was all going. Yes, it was a kiss, just an empty formality and a tribute to local etiquette, which required noble ladies to be treated in this manner, but it was as if the newcomer had been hit on the head with a hammer. She looked at her boss, tormentor, and main object of horror with incredible embarrassment. It seemed that if it were not for the importance of the task, the protagonist would simply run away. The main character instantly forgot that they were at a ball, and that there were dozens of people wandering around the area. She promised that she would immediately use force if Calix tried to do something even wilder. The young man, to his credit, had managed to study his new maid enough over the past few days to accurately guess what she was thinking. Breaking away from the kiss, the prince leaned towards the girl and whispered in her ear that she should have understood for herself why he did this, simply by looking at the other guests. Naturally, the newcomer didn't notice anything. But now, when, figuratively speaking, she was rubbed in the nose with this circumstance, the woman immediately began to look around. As expected, there were no singles, friends, or business partners at the masquerade, only lovers holding hands and chatting sweetly about various things. So there was nothing special about Phosmus's kiss. He was simply maintaining a disguise so as not to stand out from the crowd, and now he ordered Rose to take his hand. Having done this, the woman very slowly, deeply, and with relief sighed. It was a real joy to know that the master had not gone mad and would not rape her in front of everyone. And Calix, as if he had read these thoughts, glared angrily. The protagonists slowly headed to the palace, and the maid, realizing something, decided to clarify how she should address her companion so as not to spoil the performance. Without turning his head, the prince replied indifferently that she could use any option she liked, even such familiar ones as dear or baby. After this, the main characters mingled with the crowd. Dozens of high-born men and women slowly approached the huge door, near which the chamberlain was on duty. From the inside, the magnificent building seemed even more beautiful than from the outside, as if some wizard had taken a scene from a fairy tale film and turned it into reality. Everywhere there were beautifully dressed noblemen and dazzling girls. Servants carried expensive food and drinks, but Phosmus did not care about this tinsel. He looked strictly at one point, that is, towards the protagonist. Contrary to expectations, she did not turn her head with bulging eyes and did not scream from overexcitement, but calmly walked arm in arm, looking only forward. Such an unexpected but pleasant change surprised the guy, and at some point he thought that Rosa Estenya really was an aristocrat. Put on the right clothes, and she would be quite good. As for things, the young man also remembered how he got a dress for his companion, a very expensive and beautiful one, but for some reason shoved into the far corner of an old closet. This caused strange emotions in the main character, and at that moment he seemed to switch off, completely immersed in his own thoughts and detached himself from the world around him. At that moment, before Calix's eyes appeared a still young and stunningly beautiful woman with long silver hair. She was wearing the same dress. It was the late mother of the protagonist, Roel's aunt, and the former wife of the old emperor, mercilessly executed by him many years ago on charges of attempted murder. When she was alive, Phosmus was truly happy, and he was still nothing like the ruthless schemer and murderer he was today. Looking at Rose in the same clothes, Calix, perhaps for the first time in a long time, felt doubt and sadness. He should have given the maid another outfit and not disturbed old wounds. On the other hand, the young man remembered the girl's reaction to the news that she had to go to the ball with him, how Rosa panicked terribly and worried because she had no idea what to do. The brunette looked down at the woman for a long time, as if trying to read something in her soul that could provide answers. But in the end, he asked himself what this was all about. He, the crown prince of the empire, engaged in intrigues against his elder brothers, simply needed a temporary partner to distract attention. Nothing more and nothing less, that's what he decided. At some point, the protagonist noticed that His Highness had been looking at her for too long and intently, and she called out to her companion with concern, and the man extended his hand. Placing his hand over his heart, Calix Phosmus bowed his head respectfully and politely asked the girl if she would do him a favor by dancing with him during the celebration. At first, Estenya stared at the protagonist in mute shock, as if trying to make sure that this was just a bad joke. Then she turned around with growing horror. Unfortunately, the brunette was addressing her specifically. The people around them had already begun to converge on the dance floor, so they needed to hurry so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The maid tried to convince her master that she had no idea how to do it at all, move in a dance, but the prince resolutely took her hand and ordered her to simply repeat his actions. After that, the music finally started, and dozens of people in the huge hall joined in a slow, graceful waltz, like figures inside a huge music box. Rose, as ordered, held on to the prince and tried to perfectly copy his every movement, but at the same time she looked the young man straight in the face, not without surprise. He looked at her in response, and the woman once again admitted that Calix was very handsome, and that it was understandable that Serena had fallen in love with the prince despite his nasty character. But then Phosmus quietly asked if Estenia knew that stepping on the emperor's offspring's foot was a sure death sentence, and the traveler mentally took her words back. The brunette was still a rare brute. After this, she very quietly but clearly and irritably muttered all sorts of curses, at which the red-eyed prince stared with bewilderment and anger. But a second later, the prince changed dramatically. Looking at the angry maid, he suddenly smiled sincerely and contentedly, as if he admired her rebellious and stubborn character. After this, the masquerade ball finally ended, the lighting changed from gold to red, and the servant announced through the loudspeaker that the event was about to begin, so he asked everyone to quickly take their seats. The aristocrats and noblewomen obediently began to occupy the small round tables. They were almost no different from the furniture in some restaurant or casino. With the exception of one element, the plates on which various numbers were stamped, the auction organizers used them to plan the bidding. Rose hadn't even had time to properly take her seat when whispers began pouring in from all sides, ominous, sarcastic, full of poisonous pleasure that sent shivers down her spine. The guests and the auctioneers, all these high-born men and women, were discussing the first lot, some unfortunate creature captured by the villains for sale as if it were a toy. Cold beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Very unpleasant guesses about what would happen next came to her mind, but she didn't even want to think about such nasty things. And the disgusting show began to gain momentum. The host in an eye mask came out on stage and solemnly announced that it was time for the long-awaited first lot. The servants carried the cage onto the stage, tore off the covering, and showed those around them a beautiful, strong wolf with silvery light fur. The main character mentally screamed. She really wanted her premonitions to deceive her, and everything would be limited to selling things. But no, everything turned out exactly as Rose feared. The time traveler immediately forgot that she was carrying out a special secret operation, and that she was nothing more than a servant. The woman was so indignant that she pounded her fists on the table. While Estenia angrily muttered curses through her teeth and clenched her fists, Calix looked at her with sincere incomprehension. He grew up in this cruel world and had long since stopped attaching importance to such barbarity. Meanwhile, the unfortunate wolf did not try to fight, gnaw at the chains or squeeze through the bars. As if realizing that there would be no salvation, the once proud predator simply lay down on the floor, waiting for the outcome of the bargaining. The main character's heart sank at the sight of this sight. She desperately wanted to help the unfortunate animal, and Phosmas, seeing the change in his companion's behavior, even asked what was wrong with her. Realizing that it was impossible to solve this problem by force, the protagonist decided to try a more subtle approach, and as if by chance asked if someone bought all the goods, would the auction be closed? The young man began to explain that this was simply impossible, but he froze mid-sentence when Rose touched his palm with her own hand, very tenderly and trustingly. The brunette was silent for a few moments, and then, smiling slyly, he promised that even if he couldn't buy all the animals, he would definitely give his beloved the rarest and most beautiful ones. Naturally, this was just part of the performance. The prince was trying his best to convey to Estenia with his eyes so that she would play along and not break character any further. The girl found it very unpleasant to realize this, but she had no other choice. She remained first and foremost a servant of the heir to the throne, and that night she served as his escort, nothing more. However, the traveler, apparently, was still not going to give up. So in response to the imperious and patronizing touch, she touched the gentleman's hand even more firmly. Squeezing the prince's strong hand, Rose asked with a very touching face, would the man really buy her all this, even despite the high price? The younger prince almost dropped his jaw to the floor. For the first time in many years, someone managed to not only outsmart him, but also use the brunette's strategy against him. Estenia decided to play on the fact that Phosmus was portraying a crazy, rich aristocrat, ready to give his passion the most expensive gifts, but the prince was not going to give in so easily. Coquettishly placing his fingers on the pink-haired girl's lips and jaw, Calix whispered hotly that he was ready to do anything for her, do anything and buy everything she wanted. It began as a behind-the-scenes struggle, a confrontation between altruism and cynical pragmatism. But at some point, fragrant buds seemed to bloom in the atmosphere again. None of the young men understood what and when went wrong. It was just that at first the brunette looked at the main character with a very warm and languid gaze, and then reached out to her face. Phosmus really wanted to kiss the protagonist on the lips, but she did not share this impulse, and turned away in horror, escaping from the kiss at the last second. After this, the newcomer moved away in horror, rubbing her cheek. She understood everything. They were obliged to maintain secrecy in order to avoid detection, but why bother? However, the prince was not going to back down so easily. He said nothing and did not try to kiss her anymore, but very gently stroked his companion's palm. Then he brought her hand to his face, obviously trying to kiss her knuckles again. But before that, he slyly promised to do everything to make Rose feel happy after returning home. The time traveler felt her mind slowly but surely going crazy. This flirting, coquettish courtship and attempts to touch with lips were beyond all bounds. While the main character was trying in vain to understand what kind of fly had bitten Calix that he was behaving in such a strange and sticky way, the wolf had already been sold to someone. Looking straight into the protagonist's eyes, the red-eyed boy innocently asked what was wrong with her face. She made such a grimace as if some invisible robber had hit her with a club. Continuing to hold the girl's hand, the young man asked with an even more innocent look, was the reason for such behavior really that the maid had fallen in love? The traveler let out an inarticulate moan, not knowing what to do in such a situation, but the ruthless prince was not going to give her even a minute of respite and demanded a direct answer. Only now did it dawn on Estenia that all this time Phosmus had been mocking her, playing her like a violin, and she gathered her strength, deciding to give the crowned scoundrel a serious fight. Pretending to be a rich and spoiled fool, Rose began to chatter that she didn't even know who she would rather buy, and Calix, putting his arm around her shoulders, tenderly repeated that he would give her any gift she wanted. The former earthling mentally grimaced in disgust. It was the first time in her life that she had done something like this, and it made her limbs cramp, and the brunette quickly began to get tired of the performance. However, the atmosphere at the underground auction changed dramatically. At some point, the stage became completely empty, and the guests fell silent, causing the maid to be surprised. People were expecting something with great impatience, so much so that they stopped whispering among themselves and only greedily devoured the crimson curtain with their eyes. The fabric, as if deliberately teasing dozens of buyers, fluttered slightly until the masked presenter finally made an announcement. It was time for the last item. It was a silver deer, but that name did not fully express its appearance. The animal looked as if it were made entirely of the highest grade of silver. People had already had the opportunity to appreciate the beauty of the previous animals, but the last prisoner was so magnificent that no one was able to utter even a word. The main character was among them. She looked at the unseen little animal with admiration for a long time until she finally asked herself, "Isn't this an ordinary albino?" But then the traveler remembered that Rose's body, in which she now lives, has pink hair, and Calix has had blood-red eyes from birth. In this world, such a coloring would not surprise anyone. Noticing that he was being closely examined, Phosmus grinned and sarcastically asked Estenia if she really wanted to play again, and the maid quickly turned away. Feeling incredibly ashamed and awkward about this flirting episode, she decided to focus entirely on the auction. Feelings developed over years of reading a variety of books suggested that something important would be connected with this deer. In the end, the protagonist made up her mind. Once again putting on the mask of a capricious daddy's little girl, the time traveler loudly declared that she wanted to buy this particular animal. The prince grinned predatorily. Perhaps he had foreseen such a move in advance, or for some reason he himself had become interested in the silver beast, but he was not going to refuse Rose. In the hall, trading was in full swing. One after another, people shouted out their offers, and each tried to offer a much higher price in gold than the previous one. Eventually, someone named a colossal sum, more than 200,000, and the room was silent for a long time until the host asked if anyone would agree to give more. Calix smiled. All this time he, like an experienced hunter, was waiting for his moment, and now the brunette announced that he was ready to buy a silver deer for 500,000. The presenter was stunned. It was simply an absurdly colossal sum, for which in the Empire one could easily buy an army of mercenaries, a palace, or something else of that sort. As the main characters expected, no one was able to beat such a bet, and a few seconds later the audience respectfully applauded the happy and rich owner of the beautiful creation. Some time passed, the bargaining finally ended, and the buyers began to take home their new toys, including the protagonists who followed the servant into the dungeon where the captive animals were kept. Reaching the door, the masked man bowed respectfully and warned that the goods would soon be ready. And until then, the honorable gentleman and the beautiful lady would be better off waiting in those comfortable seats. When the servant left, Calix and Rosa looked at the beautiful and harmless passage for a long time, and then the girl exhaled with enormous relief, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders. The prince irritably nudged the maid in the ribs with his elbow. He warned her not to think of relaxing, because everything that had preceded was only the first stage of the operation. The woman mentally cursed angrily and asked why this dry-witted man didn't just praise her for a job well done at least once, while the young man explained that their main goal was to find documents proving that the organizer of the illegal auction was the third crown prince. The papers containing a detailed report of all monetary transactions should be somewhere on this floor, and after that, Phosmus checked with Astenia. Did she understand everything that was said? The main character bowed respectfully and assured the gentleman that yes, she had understood everything, but mentally, as usual, she added sarcastically that yes, of course, we cannot explain in more detail. The brunette measured Rosa with a very attentive and cold look, exactly the same one he had given the girl when they first met, suspecting her of being a murderer. The young man took a few leisurely steps towards the maid, then placed his hand on her chin again, and whispered that the woman must be very glad that she was wearing a mask now. As it turned out, this small strip of fabric with holes, capable of covering only the eye area, prevented the seasoned intriguer from assessing what kind of grimace his interlocutor was currently making. The prince smiled again, and this time it was a frankly psychopathic grin, perfectly suited to a man who was considered by the people to be a madman. Calix said greedily that Astenia had sworn to serve him faithfully and truly, which meant that she was indeed obliged to carry out all orders unless it was a deception. And Rosa, listening to all this, felt icy goosebumps run down her spine. In the end, the newcomer asked for forgiveness in a voice trembling with fear, and that was enough. A satisfied Phosmas let her go and stepped aside. However, the brunette warned her that he still did not trust the protagonist, so she had better be careful, transparently hinting that he would not hesitate to execute her for a mistake or betrayal. The traveler was embarrassed. Over the past few days filled with various events and experiences, she managed to forget that her boss was not an ordinary person, but a cold-blooded medieval politician. But even more awkward were the memories of how sincerely, passionately Calix flirted with her, which made the main character fantasize about all sorts of things against her will. This unambiguous warning was something of a cold shower. Astenia was reminded again that this man would seize the throne by force, killing his own brothers. Therefore, you can't show weakness in his presence. You might as well enter a pool with a hungry shark, having first taken off your clothes so that the fish doesn't choke. Rubbing her hands, Rosa remembered her task, to find documents, and she had to do this and leave the mansion before the owners showed up and killed the overly curious guests. The main character again remembered her earthly life, how she once took part in some game and managed to be the first to discover a secret passage in an ordinary, at first glance, room. As it turned out, she was a fan of quests and realized that various secret places and hidden doors are usually hidden in walls. What if the same principle was used here? The girl walked along the wall, tapping her knuckles on this or that place. She carefully listened to the sound produced, trying to catch the slightest possible oddities. The brunette asked irritably what she was doing at all. From his point of view, the protagonist was doing some senseless nonsense instead of helping. This time, the traveler avoided answering, vaguely saying, "Oh yeah, and continued knocking on the walls until she finally came across a place where the sound was different. The main characters looked at each other, and it was as if lightning had struck between them. They both realized that Estenia had just found the very same disguised passage that could lead them to the evidence. It was a rare stroke of luck, but unfortunately the young people did not have time to take advantage of it. At the most crucial moment, a strange noise was heard, and he began to approach. Fortunately, it was not a horde of angry guards with swords and axes, but servants dragging a cage with a ransomed deer and gathering to treat visitors to wine. After some time, the organizers of the auction were going to give the winners a special scroll, but in the meantime, the latter could brighten up the wait by enjoying a drink. Having poured an expensive and very refined, even in appearance, light wine, the subordinates of the auction organizers bowed for the last time, after which they left the premises. Taking her glass, the protagonist thought with pleasure that this world had at least one advantage. They also knew how to make good wine of various varieties. But the main character was in no hurry to take the first sip. She could periodically look crazy. She could allow emotions to prevail over logic, but she was not an idiot. And she easily noticed that the drink had a very strange smell, one that, in principle, should not be present in a real good wine that is only a pleasure to sip. This is where the memorable herbs that the mysterious Mrs. Mallory gave to the traveler came in handy. As it turned out, the maid had been carrying one leaf with her all this time, and having dipped it in a glass, she saw how it turned from green to deathly blue. Yes, as it turned out, the owners of the underground auction were going to kill the winners of the bidding, perhaps considering them too dangerous, so they mixed a deadly poison into the wine. The protagonist turned around so quickly that she felt her cervical vertebrae crunching, struggling to cope with the terrible tension. But she didn't care. Calix Phosmus, fortunately, had not yet had time to drink from the deadly glass. Like many nobles, he initially dragged out the weight in order to get more pleasure later. As the young man's lips touched the glass and the poisoned liquid flowed towards them, Rosa Estenia darted forward, like a living arrow shot from a giant's bow. The girl put her hand forward. She didn't care how she looked from the outside or what the prince would think. Now her entire consciousness was occupied by one thought: to save him from death. The protagonist made it in time. With one powerful and swift blow, she knocked the ill-fated glass out of the man's hands before he could take even a drop of poison. With a loud ringing sound, the precious crystal shattered, decorating the floor with its remains and a light puddle. It seemed that the expensive object silently reproached the one who treated it like that. Calix was in an indescribable rage. He did not scream or stamp his feet, but he looked at his companion with such anger as if she had killed an innocent baby before his eyes. The maid froze in shock and horror, just like a rabbit suddenly finding itself in front of a giant hungry snake, but now she had to come up with an explanation quickly. It would seem that the easiest thing to do would be to tell about the miraculous plant, but the traveler had good reason to doubt that this was a reasonable step. What if it was considered forbidden, accessible only to a select few, or completely unknown in this world? And the invisible clock that measured the gradual disappearance of the prince's reserves of patience continued to tick. And Rose's wildly beating heart sounded in time with it, while the main character was pondering the risk that the diary could have set her up from the very beginning. Phosmus finally lost his patience, but before he could do anything, the voice of one of the servants was heard. Now she didn't even need to go to a fortune teller to understand that in a few seconds a hellish massacre would begin, so Estenia mentally took a deep breath and decided to go for broke. She clung to Calix, hugged him by the shoulders as if he were a dearly beloved, and whispered in his ear that there was poison in the wine, causing the prince's red eyes to bulge in surprise. The young man still had many questions: why his older brother started poisoning customers, how the maid figured it out, and what the hell she was doing, but Phosmus was not allowed to ask them. A few moments later, the expensive door, painted purple and gold, almost flew off its hinges. The guards were so in a hurry to figure out what was going on that they forgot about etiquette. The sight that opened up made them freeze like pillars of salt. A pink-haired girl was lying awkwardly on the couch, and a sweaty gentleman in slightly wrinkled clothes was hanging over her. The younger prince quickly realized what Estania's plan was, so he made a displeased face and shouted, "What?" in annoyance, as if they had been interrupted in the middle of something very important and interesting. Playing along with him, Rose blushed deeply, hid her face and screamed at the top of her lungs, and the servants, feeling monstrous shame because of this oversight, hurried to leave the room. Perhaps, if there had been some poor people or ordinary townspeople in the place of the protagonists, they would have simply been kicked out, but the servants were so afraid of the wrath of the aristocrats that they ran ahead of their own words of forgiveness. It was a convincing and beautiful trick, albeit one as old as the universe, but the main characters are well aware that the local workers will soon return again. No one can fool the guards forever, so Calix decided to act, but the first thing he did was not rush to search for the coveted documents, but to remove the collar from the deer. The beast, characteristically, did not resist, clearly understanding that this man did not wish him harm, unlike the crowd that was running along the dark, narrow corridor at that moment. There were dozens of guards. This time they were without masks, and their leader, a good-natured, smiling blonde man, politely knocked on the door, clutching a sword in his free hand. The killer, having unlocked the lock and turned the door handle, politely chirped that they had heard strange sounds, so they decided to check on their dear guests just in case. However, he was not allowed to finish his sentence. Some object flew into the face of the neighboring thug with such terrible force that it flattened him, instantly knocking the guy unconscious. Naturally, it was Calix. Like any medieval prince, he was taught for many years not only literacy and diplomacy, but also the art of wielding weapons. Taking advantage of the fact that one of the killers dropped his blade and dropped it, the brunette rushed forward with incredible speed, grabbed the weapon and raised it over the new enemy. The smug grin immediately disappeared from the blonde's face. He instinctively stepped back and raised his own blade higher in an attempt to block the terrible blow. To no avail, Prince Phosmus dealt only one, very fast and strong chopping blow, which instantly cut the scoundrel's throat, sprinkling the floors with pools of blood. For a moment, it might have seemed that after this the young man would lose control of himself and begin to selflessly hack down his enemies with the fury of a berserker. But no, the prince was taught not only to fight, but also to control himself, and he ordered Rose to do what she had been doing before. It was necessary to somehow make a passage to the secret room behind her back, which the newcomer had discovered by knocking. But how could this be done if even breaking through by force would hardly work? However, an unsuccessful attempt would in any case be better than no attempt at all, so the protagonist kicked the wall with all her might. Oddly enough, it worked. The internal mechanism responded to the pressure, and the wall began to split in two, letting a blinding light into the room. The main character was so surprised that she didn't even react right away. She stood there for a few seconds with her face stunned with joy and her mouth wide open. Calix had been holding back the crowd of killers all this time, and when he heard that his companion had managed to unlock the secret passage, he paused for a moment, ordering her to go inside immediately. The time traveler, unlike some romantic girls, understood perfectly well that in a real battle she would only be a hindrance, and therefore did not argue. She was only distracted for a moment to convince the deer to leave too. The maid was in a terrible hurry, but she simply could not leave this beautiful and innocent creature to die. The woman even clung to him, tenderly hugging him around the neck. After this, something amazing happened. A barely perceptible wind blew through the air, silent music began to play, and the beautiful white deer turned into a divinely handsome youth with white hair and elven-like pointed ears. Rose forgot about everything for a moment, about Phosmus fighting to the death next to her, about all their lives hanging by a thread. It was such a mesmerizing sight, and the prince even had to shout to bring the maid back to her senses. The girl honestly admitted that she had simply never met elves before and risked asking if her master had known from the very beginning that it was not animals that were being sold at the auction, but the protagonist ordered her to shut up and grabbed her hand. The man forced the woman into the secret passage and slammed the door, managing to avoid enemy blows, and there was no need to push the elf. He hid himself. Estenia was having a hard time catching her breath after the horror she had experienced, and the brunette wasn't looking his best either. But the former deer suddenly raised his hand and magic appeared in the air. Just one short, silent movement, and the door was completely covered with a magical sigil. And at the sight of this sight, the newcomer's jaw almost dropped again. Looking calmly at his saviors, the pointy-eared youth explained that thanks to his spell, the door would withstand any attacks for 20 minutes. Of course, if the opponents did not suddenly bring a sorcerer, the girl was very surprised that she had met a real wizard for the first time, but almost immediately she began to think, what if he was able to send her home? Shouldn't she ask about it right now? And the forgotten calyx looked worse than ever before. Someone else's blood was red on the guy's cheek, beads of sweat were running down his face, his lungs were pumping air at the limit of their strength, and he swore hoarsely through his teeth. It was understandable that such rage would be felt. After looking around properly, the main characters realized that there were no other entrances or exits in this room, just solid walls. Of course, it was not empty. There were huge cabinets filled to the brim with various books. There was other furniture, but nothing even remotely resembling a door. In other words, the trio was completely trapped. Even if the third prince's thugs failed to break through the spell and the door, they would only need to wait a few days for the captives to die of thirst. However, no one was in a hurry to panic. Most likely, no one simply had the strength for that, and even Calyx himself, who understood the situation best of all, was still keeping his cool. Slowly walking past the elf freed from slavery and the dumbfounded girl, the prince began to rummage through the papers, looking for the purpose of their entry into the auction. It was not difficult for the brunette to quickly find what he wanted, financial documents that, if published, could easily cause the third prince a lot of trouble. This was very good, but another, no less important question remained on the agenda. How would the heroes be able to get out of the secret library without being seen by the guards? The elf replied that there was another space, and at the same time he seemed even more indifferent to the threats than Calyx himself, as incredible as that might sound. Phosmus matter-of-factly asked where this space was, and the pointy-eared one just as calmly admitted that he didn't know. After that, the brunette decided that it would be better to try to break the walls with the elven head, and the wizard agreed in the same indifferent tone that this was not a bad idea. It was as if a thunderstorm was beginning to form between the two guys, and Rose, trying to prevent a quarrel at the most inopportune moment, asked the magician if there was a place with concentrated mana here. She clarified just in case that concentrated mana is when there is much more magical energy than in other places, and the white-haired sorcerer replies that everything is correct. The time traveler once again used her knowledge of fantasy genre clichés. Many works contained such elements, and she decided to try her luck in this universe. The maid wondered out loud if there was a suitable artifact among the local books, but instead of answering, the elf waved a long, pale finger, as if drawing a picture in the air. Being a magical creature, he easily sensed the flow of mana in the surrounding world, and unmistakably pointed to the necessary tome among hundreds of similar books. The protagonist had doubts, because she saw this elf for the first time in her life, but in such a situation she still had nothing to lose, and she reached for the indicated volume. As soon as she moved the book down a little, a miracle happened. A huge wooden shelf swung open, showing the captives a passage filled with a blinding glow. A few moments later, the strange light disappeared, and the main characters, blinking, saw that behind the closet there began a steep staircase leading somewhere to the upper floors. The delighted newcomer clenched her fists and began to praise herself for her genius in every possible way. Just a few seconds ago, it seemed that they were doomed. But now there was hope. After that, she hastened to warn the prince that a way out had appeared, and Calyx, for the first time in history, opened his mouth in incredible shock, because what Rose had done was more like magic than reality. If the guards had already broken down the doors with spears and axes, then Phosmus would have certainly rushed to the stairs without asking unnecessary questions. But now he pounced on the protagonist herself, grabbing her hands. The girl was so surprised and scared that she didn't even try to resist, although she wouldn't have been able to resist a much larger and more muscular man anyway. The brunette seemed to have completely stopped caring about the mortal danger. He had been tormented for so long by the question of how a simple maid from a family of insignificant nobles had received so much knowledge and influence that now rage was pouring out of Calyx in a stormy stream. Despite the fact that the main character almost died on the spot from horror, she still had enough courage to point out that they could talk about this another time. For now it was much more important to get out of the lair of maddened rats. This was given to Rose at a truly colossal price. She saw the prince's eyes, saw in them a desperate thirst for answers on the verge of rage, and acutely understood that she could easily get a knife to the throat. The terrible tension continued for some time, until the young man finally managed to pull himself together, and he looked at the girl without the previous hostility. However, the warmth in his eyes did not increase even by a pinch. Contemptuously throwing away the girl's hand, the prince noted that he did not have time for all this nonsense. Turning away, the man noted that a wizard as the head of a criminal group was complete nonsense, and also warned the protagonist to run upstairs right now because she was useless in a fight, and this way she would at least have some chance of leaving alive. And before the pink-haired woman could get in a single word, the prince rushed out through the enchanted door to chop into pieces as many enemies as he could. It happened so quickly that for the first few seconds Rose stood like a statue, motionless, with wide eyes and an open mouth, and only then, with a start, did she turn around. In addition, there was an elf in the room the whole time. He never said anything or tried to intervene, so the others forgot about his presence until the maid came to her senses and pointed out that they had to run away. But there was no reaction from the pointy-eared one after that either. It was as if he was in a completely different world, where the blades and chains of people could no longer reach him. Unable to bear it any longer, the protagonist grabbed the former deer almost as unceremoniously as Calyx had grabbed her a few minutes ago, in order to force her companion to finally run away. But this touch had a completely opposite effect on the wizard. He became even more dumbfounded and stared at the woman with large purple eyes. Estenia herself did not see this enchanted gaze, since she stood with her back to the sorcerer. But even so, from his point of view, she looked like some kind of celestial being. The woman did not pay any attention to this, but it seemed to the elf that the atmosphere had changed radically. He seemed to find himself in a beautiful garden, full of fragrant flowers, and in which only happiness reigned. After a short period of time, readers are shown that a spiral staircase pierced a huge tower. Its top, leading to the very roof, was lost at an incredible height. To prevent people from slipping and falling to certain death, it was equipped with fence-like railings, and so the characters calmly ran up the steps as fast as they could. The protagonists, whom Calyx had managed to join, were several dozen meters ahead of their pursuers, but the guards were determined to catch the fugitives at any cost and skin them alive. One of the guards, who occupied a higher position than the others, even gave an order. A man, a woman, and an elf can easily be killed if such an opportunity arises. These people's words and actions did not diverge. Rose did not even have time to turn around to give them a contemptuous and indignant look, as an arrow whistled under her arm, only miraculously not piercing her vulnerable flesh. Thanks to his sense of smell, honed over the years, Phosmus heard this and immediately rushed to the forefront of his opponents, wanting to hold them off until his companions had moved away to a sufficient distance. However, the traveler stopped. Her conscience did not allow her to abandon her savior, no matter how difficult he was to handle in trouble, but she still could not help the young man in the fight. Fortunately, this was not necessary yet. In small and narrow spaces, even a single fighter could easily withstand a huge squad, and Calyx did this perfectly, cutting down one fighter after another. The prince acted very effectively and methodically. With one good blow, he cut the chest of another opponent, then with a strong kick he sent him down the stairs, knocking down all the subsequent thugs. But no matter how experienced and dexterous the Emperor's youngest offspring was, he was still first and foremost an ordinary man of flesh and blood. Very soon Phosmus's chest began to rise and fall heavily, showing how exhausted he was. According to the prince's plan, reinforcements were supposed to arrive soon, but so far there was not even a hint of this, and the enemies continued to appear, as if the offspring of some devilish cornucopia. All this time, Rose looked at the brunette's back with horror. Before, this man had caused her disgust, anger, and fear, but now she was sincerely worried about his life. However, the girl didn't have time to do anything. An elf put his hand on her shoulder and smiled affectionately, as if trying to say that there was no real reason to panic. There really wasn't even a hint of fear in his purple eyes. On the contrary, the white-haired sorcerer remained very relaxed and even happy in such a terrible environment. After this, the sorcerer elegantly waved his hand, and the entire tower was flooded with an unearthly glow of streams of magic, and Estenia looked at it enchanted, guessing what exactly would happen in a second. Calix didn't notice it at first because he was too busy killing one hunter after another, but eventually he too noticed the light. And just at that moment, the pointy-eared one briefly ordered him to step aside. With an incredible grace that no ordinary person could even dream of, the elf soared into the air, as if his body was made not of bones, flesh, and blood, but of streams of wind. The sorcerer spread a magical glow around himself and easily did a beautiful somersault, simultaneously summoning a weapon, a magic bow made of a light, ice-like material. The thing didn't look as deadly or dangerous as mortal weapons, but that was a very deceptive impression. In a matter of seconds, a hail of crystal arrows fell on the pursuers, killing dozens of them at once. The protagonist looked at this with her mouth open. In her earthly life, she had encountered many magical weapons in fantasy works, but seeing something like this in real life was a completely special and indescribable experience. Then the time traveler turned her gaze to the pointy-eared man, and he grinned smugly, as if everything that was happening for him was not a fight for life and freedom, but just a game, an easy way to make an impression. Unfortunately, even if he had expected happy hugs and praise, he ended up being unsatisfied. Estenia simply didn't understand what he was smiling about, and besides, Calix, who was watching the elf closely, also saw everything. And although the younger prince did not utter a word, his silence was no less eloquent in its own way. Eventually, the prince stepped forward and ordered everyone to hurry up. They would soon reach the exit, so there was no point in hanging around here. The protagonist had nothing against it, and if the situation had been a little different, she would have happily rushed ahead of her own squeal. But then she saw something that made her freeze. The reason was simple. Not all the guards died from the sword of Phosmus and the arrows of the pointy-eared sorcerer. One man stood on one knee and aimed a bow at the men's backs. But as Rose later realized, in fact, the killer was not aiming at her or even at the elf, but specifically at Calix, and he saw and heard nothing and was completely vulnerable. Even though time might have seemed to slow down, the overview of the situation took only a few fractions of a second, after which the main character desperately screamed, "No!" However, it was already too late. The arrow, no less deadly than the elven sorcerer's artifact weapon, whistled forward, intending to pierce the brunette's lungs, dooming him to a long and painful death. At the very last moment, Phosmus sensed a threat and turned around, but there was no point in it. Even the most trained and experienced fighter could not react to danger with such speed. The red-eyed prince froze with his eyes wide open, finding himself in the place of a helpless victim for the first time in a long time, and hot blood gushed onto the stone steps again. It was as if time had been paused by some all-powerful deity. The main character continued to stand, his eyes bulging in surprise and shock, and his already pale face turned completely white. As it turned out a second later, it was not because the young man was pierced by monstrous pain. On the contrary, he remained safe and sound, because at the last moment, Estenia threw herself forward and the arrow pierced her shoulder. At that moment, all the thoughts of the former traveler disappeared. There was no pain, but a strange, supernatural weakness spread throughout her body, from which the maid fell backwards. Her vision became hazy, and all sounds began to sound very muffled, as if through a thick layer of cotton wool. Even Calix's screams seemed like some kind of indistinct whisper. Feeling her eyelids fill with leaden weight and pull downwards on their own, the former Korean mentally agreed with the frightened brunette. Yes, she was probably crazy. The main character initially had a very important goal: to return home, to Earth. But since she dies for the second time, maybe at least this will help her find herself in her old body? Here, before Rose's eyes, an unfamiliar girl appeared. She did not have pink hair, piercing blue eyes, or an expensive dress with ruby decorations, but she herself looked supernatural, like an unrestrained soul. The face of this strange apparition could not be seen, but the ghostly woman said with some sadness that she had no choice, causing Estenia to express a languid, silent surprise. Then the stranger gently cupped the unconscious maid's face in her hands and said that the latter had chosen the same option as the ghost, whatever that meant. The traveler quickly fell into blissful oblivion, but before the last spark of consciousness died out, she managed to think, "Who is this incomprehensible girl?" The awakening was very long and difficult. In fact, even reaching a conscious state could be called a stretch, because the whole body seemed like an endless space, in which here and there little stars' thoughts flickered. Rose had a hard time comprehending who she was, where she was, and how she had ended up in this strange place. But then her merciless brain helpfully showed her a memory in which an arrow had pierced the girl's fragile shoulder. And besides, the protagonist had some difficulty remembering a strange, ghostly woman in a yellow dress and with very long brown hair. It was very unusual that the dying subconscious for some reason depicted her, and not someone well known. But even this was not the wildest thing after what she had experienced. For some reason, the former Korean woman had a very strong feeling that she knew this woman well and had even spoken to her. But she would have given her hand to be cut off, just to understand where this came from. In other words, it's very, very strange. Even against the backdrop of everything else that the unfortunate protagonist had to endure after the soul's transmigration. But in any case, it's time to open your sleepy eyes. Looking at the wooden roof, the woman felt a glimmer of hope for a moment. What if, after dying in the world of the book, she found herself back on Earth in her native Korea? Unfortunately, or fortunately, the tangled strands of unnaturally pink hair clearly demonstrated that this hope was empty. The former Asian was still in the body of a girl from a completely different world. She could have tried to lie in bed for many more hours, but Estenia didn't have that kind of character. So she, wincing in disappointment, began to dress. When the maid pulled on the warm woolen sweater, she suddenly realized something very important. She did not feel any pain at all, as if there had been no arrow that had torn through the muscles and skin and pierced the bones. And just at that moment, as if waiting for some silent signal, Mila, close to hysteria, burst into the room, with Aaron's grinning face looming behind her. There was an awkward pause for a few seconds, only for the younger maid to eventually cry out her pink-haired friend's name. Then, moaning and wailing, she rushed to embrace the main character, who was a little surprised that these two decided to visit her at the same time. But after that, it became clear that the reason why the protagonist did not feel even the slightest discomfort due to the wound she had suffered was that she was given a magic potion to heal the damage. Moreover, it was the decision of Prince Calix himself, and in order to save the life and health of the maid, he used a large portion, no less than 9 flasks. Estenia responded with a slightly surprised, "Oh," like a person who was indifferent to the topic of conversation, but was forced to participate in it, and the brunette immediately became angry like, "Does Rosa even know how much such a portion of medicine costs?" The traveler, of course, didn't know, and Mila kindly explained to her that in order for ordinary people like them to buy so much of the magic drink, they would have to save up their salary for 5 long years. The girl paused dramatically, but still couldn't wait for any reaction. The main character continued to look at her with the empty gaze of a baby. In the end, Estenia said that this was a fair price for such work, which immediately horrified her friend and excited Aaron's interest, which she quickly regretted. Having made sure that everything was fine with the protagonist, the red-haired servant carelessly declared that he was very glad about this. After all, if she died, his life would again be filled with boredom. The time traveler had a hard time suppressing the desire to give this schemer a good slap in the face, while he asked in the same cheerful voice whether the woman had managed to get what she wanted. The heroine stared at him with wide eyes. She clearly remembered that she was not talking to some slacker, but to the grandson of a very influential and dangerous information broker. Help came from where no one expected it. Mila suddenly came to her senses and became worried that the poor thing had barely recovered from a terrible injury, and they were already pestering her. Aaron tried to resist, reminding her that he wasn't finished here and that there was no point in pushing, but to no avail. In this regard, the brunette turned out to be scarier than an evil rhinoceros. Before locking the doors, Mila said goodbye to her friend with a kind smile, drowning out the whiny voice of the red-haired man who was complaining that he didn't finish the game. Then the doors slammed shut, as if that awkward scene of the three characters reuniting had never happened. It was just the protagonist's dream before waking up. Patting the slightly crumpled blanket, the main character herself thought that her new friends had arranged a real mess here, but she didn't look irritated at all. On the contrary, she was happy. Even here, people had managed to appear who were sincerely concerned about her health, although Aaron's manner of behavior and communication raised certain questions and bewilderment. Then the traveler remembered Calix Phosmas. She became curious about what he had shouted before she lost consciousness, not to mention the status of the freed elf deer. Remembering his inhumanly handsome face, translucent purple eyes, and long ears, the maid assumed that he could now be considered a servant of the imperial family. And finally, the most disturbing mystery remained the girl in the yellow dress and long dark hair, whom Estenia saw before losing consciousness from shock and loss of blood. Now that she could think relatively clearly, the protagonist realized that the ghostly stranger looked exactly like Serena, the real protagonist. Another person would have come up with 1,001 logical, down-to-earth explanations for what she saw, but Rose had managed to get somewhat used to the magic happening everywhere, so she came to a simple conclusion. It was not a hallucination, but that very character from the novel. Estenia remembered that the Duke's illegitimate daughter had really wanted to tell her something extremely important. But what exactly? She couldn't remember now, no matter how hard she tried. In any case, sitting and inventing without much result could take a very long time, so the former Korean decided to take matters into her own hands. For this, she needed to go visit the old lover of adultery. Fortunately, even Calix would not overwhelm a man who miraculously escaped death with work. It was a very simple and logical plan of action, and since the newcomer felt great, she was not going to hesitate, irresponsibly waiting for the weather to improve. Then she tied her long hair into a braid down to her pelvis and tied a dark silk ribbon around her waist. But, unfortunately, she didn't notice that someone's hand opened the door to the room. She, of course, heard the creaking of the hinges, so she quickly asked if it was Mila and if she had forgotten anything, and only then turned her head towards the source of the noise. And in terrible surprise, she opened her large blue eyes wide, as she had done many times before when she saw something beyond all imagination. The abode of the humble maid who saved the life of the elven sorcerer and Prince Calix was visited not by another maid, but not by Phosmas himself either. It turned out to be his assistant, Roll Chris. As always, dispassionate and seemingly cold, the young white-haired knight himself looked very much like a majestic elf, if you don't count the standard rounded ears. His appearance seemed very strange and unexpected, because Rose hadn't really crossed paths with him before. But before the girl had time to ask how they had met, the swordsman was the first to ask how her health was. Estenia honestly admitted that she felt great thanks to the healing potion that the prince had given her, and Roel, gradually closing the distance, noted that this was very good. For one simple reason, the white-haired young man needed to ask the time traveler a few questions, but this innocent statement was spoken in such a tone that a chill ran down the woman's spine. The main character wasn't so much scared as simply very surprised. She still had no idea what business this casual acquaintance could suddenly have with her. Instead of answering, the young knight slowly turned his head and looked down, right at the table with the cabinet where the protagonist kept various things and small items. Without saying anything or even asking permission, Chris abruptly opened the cabinet, like an investigator trying to find carefully hidden evidence or contraband. The girl was naturally taken aback and angry by such boorish behavior. Perhaps they were not equal in status, but this went beyond all possible limits. The blonde didn't pay any attention to her, and at some point even reached for the things, but the main character simply hung on the knight's arm, screaming why he was doing this at all. And at that moment, it was as if fate itself decided to play a cruel joke on the poor traveler, because the airflow created by the movement of people knocked down the sheet that was hiding the supernatural diary. When the young man took it in his hands with interest, something in the soul of the former dugout snapped. She very clearly imagined how terrible the possible consequences could be. Trying her best to get Roel's attention, the protagonist tried to stop him from touching the book, but to no avail. It was like shouting at an avalanche sliding down the mountains. Chris didn't show any signs of noticing the owner of the room next to him. Not a single emotion could be seen on his pale face, not even basic irritation from the screams in his ear. Slowly and slightly cautiously, as if expecting some kind of trap, the man opened the purple tome, but found nothing but virgin clean pages. This surprised Estenia much more than even the knight's visit, because she knew for sure that her diary was full of various entries left by an unknown force. Only after this did the young man show emotion, and it was fatigue coupled with irritation due to the fact that he had wasted time searching to no avail. Perhaps in a different situation, Rosa would have emotionally attacked Roel with accusations, would have started gloating and interrogating him, but they were not going to give her such a chance. Previously indifferent and unconcerned, the white-haired swordsman casually grabbed the fragile woman by the hand and pulled her towards him with force, almost causing her to fall face down on the floor. No, it wasn't an act of anger. Chris was still looking at the protagonist with an indifferent gaze, but at the same time he announced in a voice as cold as mountain snow that she needed to follow him. After this, the action moved to a place where no normal person would ever want to end up. The imperial prison for holding dangerous criminals. It looked exactly as one might immediately imagine. The floor and walls were made of thick, cold stone. There were huge cages everywhere with hungry rats running around, and right under the feet of the guards lay a piece of a human spine with ribs. Roel sat at the table, holding a thick folder in his hands, and at the opposite end, with her back to the entrance and the guards, sat Rosa Estenia, her hands tied with rope. The protagonist wasn't even surprised. It would be more correct to say that she was in shock. A silly smile was frozen on her face, and one thought was beating in her suddenly empty head. What was going on here? The action moves to that fateful night when Estenia almost died, covering her master with herself. Immediately after she was struck by an arrow, the elven sorcerer pierced the head of an enemy archer. Phosmus did not participate in the massacre. On the contrary, he desperately pressed the girl's rapidly weakening body to himself and called her by name, hoping to achieve at least some kind of reaction. At that moment, it was very difficult to believe that the younger prince had a reputation as a psychopath who killed servants at the slightest whim. On the contrary, he did everything to save his companion, even tore his own cloak to use the fabric to stop the bleeding. All those moments when Rose behaved too strangely for a maid flashed through the prince's mind. How she discovered the poison, how she rushed to intercept the arrow, ignoring all the dangers. The protagonist simply could not understand how, and most importantly, why the maid did all this, especially saved his life, although they had nothing in common, and at some point Calix even planned to kill her. The elf did not interfere in this scene. He silently watched as the frightened and confused man pressed the dying woman to his chest, not knowing how to help her. The long ear of the magical creature twitched slightly, like that of an animal that suddenly sensed the approach of something foreign and incomprehensible. The elf suddenly jumped onto the higher stairwell, and this trick surprised the protagonist so much that he even turned away from the maid to ask what the hell was going on here. Looking back at the brunette with indifference, the wizard laconically explained that people were just coming here, and besides he asked Phosmus to take care of Estenia. But that was not all. After thinking for a few seconds, the mysterious sorcerer added something else. But the heroes were unable to figure out what exactly he meant. Calix asked again what this meant, but just at that moment the staircase passage was blocked by people. Fortunately, these were not more assassins, but soldiers of the younger prince, led by Roel. The white-haired knight hastened to apologize for being late, explaining that the guards were much stronger and more numerous than they seemed, but the brunette did not care. Instead, the red-eyed prince briefly called out his confidant's last name, and in such a tone that everyone present immediately fell to their knees in respect and horror. They didn't see it, but the main character bared his teeth fiercely, like a tiger preparing to attack, and in a very cold, angry tone ordered that everyone in the building be killed, leaving no one alive. Chris stared at his master in shock. He had much better control of himself than Rose, but it was still clear how surprised he was by that tone. For a moment, the young man remembered his cousin as a child, then little Calix, stubbornly looking dangers in the face, also made a promise that he would finish off anyone who tried to kill him. So they sat for some time on the spiral staircase, a group of kneeling knights and the all-powerful prince, pressing a young servant to his chest, like a mother pressing a child. On this touching note, the memory ended and the harsh reality set in. Roel was still planning to interrogate the arrested Rose in the depths of the Imperial dungeon. For now, however, the white-haired swordsman not only did not harm the protagonist, but did not even say anything to her. He was concentratedly leafing through the folder, looking for suitable data. The main character, following long-standing advice from casino workers, tried her best to show that what was happening did not bother her in the least, but the beads of cold sweat on her face gave her away completely. In the end, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and began an angry speech about what Chris was even allowing himself to do here, and he was a knight with a code of honor. But the blonde easily interrupted the girl, coldly repeating his desire to ask a few questions. The maid resentfully states that if answers are needed, they could have simply asked why they were acting so extreme. And then, more quietly, she mutters that this is what the Knights of Calix are really like. The blonde looked at her with the gaze of a fish indifferent to the entire universe. It was difficult to say whether these words hurt him or the young man was simply gathering his strength for the interrogation. Chris eventually read out the first point, which was about how the girl found out that the auction owners had poisoned the wine. But the protagonist mentally grumbled at the fact that they had decided to ignore her. However, she quickly added to herself that Roel simply had that kind of character, implying that the swordsman had not acted with the intention of offending the suspect. The former Earthling reminds readers that in the original novel, Rise of the Blood Moon Empire, the young knight truly loved Serena, who Phosmus also fell in love with. Despite the fact that his feelings for the girl were very strong and sincere, ultimately the blonde preferred duty. Serving his cousin was more important to him than personal happiness. As unpleasant as his actions were from the outside, Roel was a truly noble warrior by nature, and now he sincerely asked to simply tell the truth so that they wouldn't have to follow the part of the protocol that forced them to torture suspects. Of course, if everything were that simple, then Rose, without even thinking, would have long ago poured out to these people everything they wanted in order to save their own skin. But in reality, of course, everything was not at all simple. If she had told about the magical herbs that change color in the presence of poison, they would have dragged her to the fire with angry cries of "Witch!" Trying to sound as confident as possible, the newcomer reminded that she was the prince's personal maid. It was her duty to taste the master's food, so was it any wonder that she could identify poison? The white-haired man repeated his question without a waver in his voice. Exactly how did Estenia do it in the auction dungeons when the wine was brought? The protagonist could not restrain herself and angrily gritted her teeth. The enemy turned out to be too smart to be confused by simple demagogy. The main character realized that she would have to tell the truth after all. She didn't have the time or imagination to create a more convincing lie, so Roel learned about the existence of the herbs. After that, he looked at the girl with genuine surprise. His eyes literally widened, and the former Korean couldn't help but giggle maliciously because this time she won. The man, to his credit, was able to quickly regain control of himself, but a bead of sweat still rolled down his face, revealing how tense Chris was after this revelation. In the end, the guy quietly admitted that he was not strong in this area, and the sincerely shocked Rose exclaimed with no less surprise, "For God's sake, how is this possible? Is he really a knight?" For a moment, she completely forgot about the fear of possible torture and execution, and asked the warrior how the servants had previously determined the safety of food for the master. However, she quickly gave herself an answer. Phosmus was probably given small portions so that he would develop immunity to all sorts of rubbish, and she even imagined how the little prince would complain about the bad taste of the poison, while his subordinates lay lifeless. This also explained why the brunette, with such amazing courage bordering on stupidity, was ready to drink a deadly drink. He was simply used to such gifts. And he was also the main character with plot armor. For a moment, the protagonist once again thought that no matter how dangerous and unpleasant this man was, she sincerely felt sorry for him, and she asked out loud in horror whether no one had ever checked the food. For a moment, the roles of the characters changed. Now, Roel was momentarily in the place of the suspect, sweating profusely and trying to hide his bashful look. Not wanting to lose face in a losing argument, the young man decided to simply change the subject. And quickly checking the papers, he asked how Rosa had found the secret office of her older brother Calix. She answered honestly that she had followed the prince's orders and found the space behind the wall. And when Chris mentioned that only the top members of the criminal organization knew about the secret room, she thought with irritation that this was a common occurrence in fantasy. The swordsman looked away slightly and noted that they had, among other things, discovered a magical barrier at the entrance. But then again, only a blind person would not have been able to miss such a huge glowing thing. The girl immediately tensed up because the conversation turned to magic, and any matter in which magic is involved immediately takes on very serious turns for others. The protagonist quickly realized that it was not an elf, but herself most likely, especially since the maid opened the door with a simple kick when the guards were breaking into the room. But Rose, of course, did not share these thoughts for the sake of her own well-being. Instead, she referred to the fact that she was an ordinary servant, did not understand anything about witchcraft, and it would be better for people to interrogate that elf. Roel would certainly have done so, but unfortunately, a random factor intervened in the matter, confusing all the cards. The pointy-eared sorcerer disappeared long before the soldiers arrived at the scene of the tragedy. Despite her own difficult circumstances, Estenia was genuinely happy about this. She would not want such a beautiful, pure, and innocent creature to remain a slave to people for the rest of her life. In her mind, raging with fantasy, the liberation and escape of the pointy-eared one turned into a touching picture of the salvation and liberation of the divine youth from the shackles of slavery by a valiant heroine. But upon returning to reality, the traveler continued to insist that the elf was to blame, not her, and even honestly told how the sorcerer felt the presence of magic. Here, the time traveler quickly bit her tongue and thought, why did Chris even start asking about this? What motives or tricks could lie behind this question? Straightening up and looking straight into the white-haired youth's face, the protagonist reported that Calix Phosmus had been there the whole time and should have seen and remembered everything, meaning that there was no point in the interrogation as a whole. And this was the first time that someone in the plot managed to anger Roel. Barely audibly slamming a folder on the table, the knight rose above the table and menacingly reminded who exactly was asking the questions here. Chris asked in a raised voice where the suspect got the invitations, but Estenia had already guessed that the entire arrest was taking place behind the prince's back, and in the same menacing voice asked who had given the blonde such a right. And the swordsman, shouting even louder, demanded that she simply answer questions. Here, fulfilling the laws of dramaturgy, an unexpected and loud sound was heard. Both disputants, instantly falling silent, stared at one point with stunned and frightened faces. As it turned out, it was not in vain. The door to the dungeon was opened by none other than Calix Phosmus himself, and the prudent guards hastened to bow their heads before the ruler. The brunette, usually cool-headed and able to control himself even in the most stressful situations, was now literally grinding his teeth from the rage that had taken over his mind. Looking at Roel and Estena as if trying to turn them into piles of ash, the red-eyed youth demanded to know what was going on in a deceptively calm voice. After that, the brunette folded his arms across his chest and stared intently at his confidant and maid, like a very strict and formidable teacher who was trying to intimidate disobedient students and get the right answer to a question from them. To Chris's credit, he was far from cowardly. Most people would have already started sweating or even shitting their pants from such a look, but the swordsman calmly leaned over and said that he had decided to conduct an investigation due to suspicions that had arisen. Hearing this, the protagonist grimaced and almost screamed out loud, "What?" And it was understandable, because Roel had just admitted that he had indeed carried out a search and arrest without the master's knowledge, simply because he didn't trust the girl. The main character did not dare to interfere in the conversation, but mentally she cursed the white-haired swordsman with all her might for scaring her to the point of fainting, rudely climbing through her closets, tying her hands, and bringing her to this torture dungeon. At some point, Calix stopped paying attention to his cousin and cast another, much softer and more thoughtful glance at the newcomer, or to be precise, at her thin hands tied with a very strong rope knot. The prince calmly asked why this was necessary, and Chris reminded him that he was first and foremost a bodyguard, and it was his direct responsibility to ensure the safety of the ruler at any cost. After this, a strange and incomprehensible to Rose exchange of lines took place. Phosmus suddenly stated that he recently had a second birthday, and the blonde, noticeably worried, reminded that not a single suspicion had been refuted yet, to which the protagonist, in turn, repeated the old order. Not to remember this, Estenia felt very awkward. She was ready to intervene even in this completely unclear conversation, just to stop feeling like a living piece of furniture that no one was paying attention to. Then the girl began to be tormented by vague associations. Somewhere she had already seen a very similar scene, and after a few seconds, she remembered where exactly this had happened. As it turns out, there was a very similar episode in the original Blood Moon Empire Rising, after Roel realized that despite everything, he loves Serena, the main character and his master's lover. As expected, this became a real stumbling block between the two men, who had previously been very devoted to each other. Phosmus began to mock his cousin and belittle his dignity, while the swordsman became increasingly colder and harsher. Estenia tried to console herself by reminding herself that she was not the central character in the story, and that they would definitely not quarrel over her. But she quickly doubted this, watching how coldly and mercilessly Calix was counting out the blonde, and the latter was casting an increasingly guilty look at the gentleman. Eventually, the prince asked if his confidant was going to bring a new servant as a replacement, and Roel responded with his own question: what if she turns out to be another spy for one of the young heir's many opponents? The young knight clenched his fists tightly, and his voice trembled more and more. He felt very well that because of his sincere desire to protect his master, relative and friend, he only fell lower in his eyes. In the end, Chris simply hid his gaze and meekly asked for forgiveness for having started this whole mess without thinking about its consequences in advance. But at least Rose did not feel any sympathy for him. On the contrary, she was angry, seeing how her kidnapper folded his paws in front of his superior. Calix did not respond to this, but only rudely called out to the protagonist, and when she turned around, he demanded that she stretch out her hands, simultaneously removing a long, thin blade from the knives. Of course, the main character had no intention of crippling the newcomer. On the contrary, he used the weapon to quickly and easily free the maid from the harsh and unpleasant bonds. Most likely, after this, the girl would have thanked the prince and asked for the opportunity to return to her business, but Phosmus did not give this, grabbing the pink-haired woman by the hand. The emperor's youngest heir briefly ordered her to follow him, and from the outside, he looked so tough and distant, as if he was going to personally punish his subordinate for some misdeed. Without adding anything else, the protagonist left the dungeon and dragged the maid along with him. The latter had to noticeably quicken her pace so as not to fall and end up in the position of a sack being dragged. And Roel, forgotten by them, looked at the floor with shame and sadness. He sincerely wanted to do what was best, but for the first time in a long time he let Calix down, and this tormented the swordsman more than any physical pain. Meanwhile, the main characters had managed to get far away from the prison cells. Now they were walking along the open corridor of the palace, which offered a wonderful view of the green blooming park. They were still moving very quickly, and Estenya eventually simply begged for mercy. Unlike the trained man, she could not run for long. Oddly enough, the prince listened to his companion and froze. Due to inertia, the protagonist barely managed to stay on her feet, and then began to breathe heavily and hoarsely due to fatigue. The red-eyed brunette turned around and looked closely at the main character, and in this look of his there was something new and unusual, more reminiscent of sincere concern than the usual detachment and coldness. The young man quietly asked if the time traveler's shoulder still hurt, but she didn't even immediately realize what he was talking about, because the events of that day had completely pushed the memory of the injury on the tower stairs out of her memory. But it dawned on the former Asian that Phosmus, this cold-blooded schemer, alien to ordinary experiences, was really worried about her, and she even lit up with delight. But out loud she only assured that everything was fine, and this was thanks to those generous portions of the healing potion. Calix replied with a calm smile that if that was the case, then that was very good, and the protagonist was suddenly overcome with the feeling that something very bad was going to happen next. That was partly true. Looking at his subordinate with satisfaction and anticipation, the brunette ordered the girl to come to him in 3 days, and he did not add any details, but it was said in such a tone that there was no doubt about the danger of the future task. The main character froze, and even her hair turned to stone for a moment. For a moment, the woman clearly regretted not staying in that cozy and beautiful basement where there were so many cute fluffy rats. Still grinning, Calix ordered an answer to be given to him, and Rose, of course, had no choice but to obediently whisper, "Yes, sir," and take another blow from the villainous fate. The time traveler, born and raised on Earth, considered the lack of even a week's rest a real crime against work ethics, but there was no one to complain to, and after some time it turned out that the prince even bought her 2 more doses of medicine. She confessed this to Mila when she complained to her friend about her hard fate, but received a completely different reaction than she expected. The brunette, in genuine horror, asked if the pink-haired girl understood what kind of money this was. Upset that no one would pity or console her, Rosa Estenya irritably said that yes, she understood perfectly well, and quickly looked away. As it turns out, the protagonist actually did at some point decide to find out how expensive the local money was compared to the Korean currency, and calculated that 1 gold coin was worth about 100,000 Earth won. A standard flask of that very healing potion costs 6 gold coins or 600,000 won, already a huge sum for both most Koreans and local residents. And over the past few days, Calix had bought 11 servings for her, which was equal to 66 gold coins. And when translated into earthly money, it was some kind of crazy wealth, namely 66 million won. And most people all over the world, not just in Korea, have only dreamed of receiving at least a fraction of that fortune. The protagonist just as quickly calculated that in order to earn it on her own, she would have to work for 2.5 years, without spending even a penny, eating only air and wearing old rags. And if earlier she perceived this figure as something distant and insignificant, now the heroine was overcome to the core by the realization of what a crazy sum Calix had given for her salvation. And after that, Rosa asked Mila in a dejected tone whether they would chop off her head for asking to pay for overtime. The brunette responded with a sincerely innocent look and asked what overtime was. She had never heard such a strange word before. Estenya stared at her friend in silence, as if she were a complete idiot or a very bad joker. But the younger maid wasn't joking. She really didn't understand the essence of the conversation. A second later, the main character mentally slapped herself on the forehead, irritated by her own stupidity. She always forgot that she lived not at home, but in a medieval world where servants, after completing a long and difficult job, are given not vacations, but other work. In this reality, workers never received bonuses or overtime. There were no monthly or annual payments. Servants simply worked until they were exhausted and periodically received some amount. And the realization of how terrible it was made the protagonist want to go home even more. While the newcomer was clutching her head in horror, imagining what nightmares would continue to await her in Rose's skin, Mila innocently reminded them that they were supposed to receive the money today. These words had a truly magical effect. The main character turned sharply to her friend. Her eyes shone like lanterns, and she asked in a thunderous voice whether they were talking about salary. Unfazed, the younger maid confirmed that this was indeed the case, and then added happily that this would be Estenia's first payment as the prince's personal maid. When asked if Rosa had thought of how she would spend her first earnings, the woman admitted that she had not, and her interlocutor did not believe this. There was certainly something she wanted to buy, but right after this, Mila very joyfully exclaims, "Oh, right!" as if she had just discovered the answer to this interesting question for herself. As it turned out, the locals were soon going to hold some kind of festival, so the brunette assumed that Estenia was simply saving money to have fun there. Naturally, the heroine had no idea what it was really about, but another maid added that there would be plenty of merchants and opportunities for fun. Unfortunately, the girl could not go to this event with the protagonist because she had to work all week. But then suddenly a strange voice sounded, offering to go to the party with him. The traveler easily recognized what kind of voice it was. She had already heard it many times, so she was not even surprised when she turned around and saw its mysterious owner. It was, naturally, Aaron, and he was looking at the former dugout with the same gaze that a voluptuous glutton might cast on an extremely tasty and desirable cake. The red-haired man smiled broadly, offering to take the girl to the right place, and with his whole appearance he demonstrated that nothing terrible would happen. He could be trusted. So far, the main character didn't answer anything. On the contrary, she also began to examine the guy, but in her blue eyes there was nothing but cold suspicion. Aaron was a major concern primarily because he simply wasn't in the novel, most likely because in the original storyline, the young man didn't take part in any important events. But still, and besides, his general behavior was simply very creepy. Obsession, spontaneity bordering on rudeness, and a strange interest coupled with awareness. In other words, every feature of this man screamed that he was extremely dangerous or even just abnormal, and therefore Estenier really didn't want to have anything to do with him. Unfortunately, the situation was such that the main character didn't have much of a choice, and when Aaron asked her again what she thought, the woman obediently answered yes. She said, "Cool," briefly, and the man asked again what it meant, so the traveler had to explain that it meant good. In any case, she wouldn't mind going for a walk. The guy smiled the sunniest grin possible and immediately added that if that was the case, then he would be waiting for the protagonist tomorrow after work, not far from the gate. The girl looked at him very carefully, like an experienced dueling master trying to recognize the weak and strong points of a future opponent by the most subtle and imperceptible features of his movement. To be honest, that was essentially the case. While Aaron was simply genuinely happy that he was going to the festival with his new girlfriend, Estenia mentally vowed to find out what was hidden behind that fool's mask. However, after a few hours while resting in her room, the traveler admitted that she had no idea how to do this. It is easy to promise to expose an experienced swindler in words, but how to do this without knowing anything about the enemy? Of course, the woman asked other palace workers many times, hoping to get at least some kind of clue that would allow her to expose the red-haired man. But everyone else, as if by agreement, admitted that they didn't really know anything about Aaron, but considered him a cool and nice guy. Well, since simple human beings were powerless to obtain information, all that was left was to turn to those forces that live beyond the created world, and the main character cast an eloquent glance at the diary. She was nervous because she felt like a monkey playing with a grenade. Even after so much time, the newcomer had no idea what this grimoire was or how it worked. Very carefully, as if the book could come to life at any moment, grow teeth and bite her, Estenia opened the pages and began to slowly turn them. The contents of the tome were completely missing. Rose was not hallucinating. The book really had deleted its own lines to avoid detection by the suspicious Roelli. From this one could draw a strange but essentially the only logical conclusion: the force that controls the book helped the protagonist and in crisis situations acted in such a way that the girl would not find herself in great danger. If this guess was true, and not the product of a certain inflamed fantasy, then the maid would have a huge advantage over those around her, so she immediately decided to test it by asking the tome to help her find out the essence of Aaron. As soon as the former earthling finished speaking, a miracle happened. The grimoire began to glow with a very bright, pale purple light like a huge light bulb. The once blank pages once again revealed unknown letters, telling that Estenia had allegedly met Mrs. Mallory again, and this time the mysterious herbalist handed the girl an inconspicuous bag containing an inconspicuous powder. Somewhere in the Hamel Mountains grew a very rare and incredibly valuable tree called elgan. It secreted a special resin that, if dried and crushed and then forced to be swallowed, physically deprived someone of the ability to tell lies for a period of time. In other words, it was a highly effective truth serum, a priceless gift for any interrogator or spy, and now a handful of this treasure was stored in the first drawer of Rose's desk. After reading the message, the protagonist simply stared into space in disbelief for a while, and then, with one very quick and sharp movement, she pulled out the aforementioned cabinet, discovering the treasured bag there. It looked more than nondescript. If you didn't know in advance what exactly was in it, even the most slovenly thief would disdain to keep such a trophy for himself. But even this was not enough for Rose, and she, grimacing awkwardly, demanded an answer from the diary about what to do with it. She had, to put it mildly, little experience in planting dangerous substances on others. The grimoire gave no answer, apparently considering its task more than accomplished, so the traveler decided to ask something else. Namely, was that ghostly woman from the vision Serena? Estenia remembered this moment very well, and for obvious reasons, it worried her. After all, the brunette remained an ordinary person, and the fact that she began to appear to others in their deathbed dreams was more than strange. However, this time the magic book did not respond to the request in any way. Perhaps for some reason it could not have a serious influence on the fate of the central characters, or had a limit on the number of actions. After waiting a few more seconds, the main character clarified whether this meant that the diary was not going to continue their conversation, but more to clear its conscience than out of a desire to truly get an answer. For the first time, the protagonist thought seriously about what was needed to control the book's powers. Some special factors were clearly involved, but she could not yet understand what exactly. Soon the night passed and dawn came, and with it another day spent by Rose in the dangerous but adventurous universe of the Blood Moon Empire. As always, the prince's palace was bustling with life. People were rushing about their business, some were getting ready for a long-awaited vacation, and Estenia, meanwhile, stood in front of a large mirror and tried on a beautiful light hat with flowers. The headdress was made of very beautiful and light, snow-like fabric, and was decorated with rows of artificial white and blue flowers. This attribute perfectly emphasized both the hat itself and the ocean blue dress. After this, the main character considered herself completely ready. She was obviously going for a walk, so she tried to dress more simply than she had for the masquerade ball, but she could not resist and took the best things available. The protagonist had set herself only two, but very important tasks for today. Firstly, she had to find the possessions of Duke Tianel and find out everything she could about Serena, and secondly, she had to meet Aaron in the evening and slip Elgan's powder into his food. There was no time to waste, because Calix Phosmus had given his personal maid only 3 days to rest, after which he was going to load her with tasks again, so the sooner the newcomer completed both items on the list, the better for her. Reminding herself that every minute must be spent wisely, the girl set off on her journey, and very quickly arrived at a magnificent estate, standing in the center of a beautiful garden, decorated with sculptures of peacocks. To prevent thieves and vagabonds from getting in, the owner of the estate surrounded it with a high fence and posted guards at the gates. But now the men were distracted by someone's voice. Naturally, it turned out to be the protagonist. With the friendliest and sweetest face, she said that she wanted to ask something, but then she realized that the servants had probably gotten ravenously hungry while on guard duty, and she just happened to have sandwiches and wine. The guards looked at each other in confusion. On the one hand, the regulations clearly ordered them not to talk to anyone and to warn about every suspicious stranger. On the other hand, it was, to put it mildly, not easy to stand for hours without food and drink, and what harm could come from a cute, fragile girl? In the end, hunger and the desire to rest a little turned out to be stronger than the instructions, and after a few minutes the men were happily crunching on bread with meat and vegetables, while chatting with the good-natured stranger. As it turned out, they had arranged a real picnic, spreading a large sheet on one of the pieces of the garden. And in order to have a reason to enter the territory of the ducal estate, Estenia lied that she wanted to visit her sister, who worked here as a servant. The senior guard, despite the generous bribe, firmly replied that he and his colleagues were forbidden to divulge information about Tianel and his retinue, so Rose, instantly enraged, decided to sprinkle some powder into a glass of wine. Having overcome her irritation, the protagonist brought the drink with a sweet smile and said that she was not pursuing any criminal goals. She was just interested in finding out whether the Duke was some kind of despot. After all, ordinary workers should stick together. The guard accepted the gift without any fear and drained the glass in one gulp to the delight of the traveler, and she immediately mentioned that her imaginary relative served the daughter of the local owner. The guard, shaking the now empty glass in his fingers, looked at the visitor with genuine interest and repeated her words about the Duke's daughter. His words fell on Estenia like the blade of a guillotine. Tianel had no daughters, at least none that the common servants could tell about, and since the guard had taken the truth serum, he could not lie or evade the answer. Realizing that there was no good prospect for her here, the main character quickly decided to move on, and the satisfied men, stroking their noticeably heavier and rounded bellies, happily waved after her and invited her to come back some other time. Naturally, the protagonist did not give up after the first failure. On the contrary, she traveled for a long time, collecting rumors wherever possible, and she herself did not notice how late evening came and the sun gave way to the stars. No one Rose had ever met knew anything about Serena or any other hypothetical daughter of the Duke. Only Crimson had the skills and resources to easily learn the old aristocrat's greatest secret. Despite this, the whole situation looked very strange. What reason did Tianel have to hide an illegitimate child so carefully that ordinary people could not even guess about its existence? And since the old shopkeeper had proven in practice that he was absolutely trustworthy in terms of obtaining valuable information, the main character began to seriously think, where, for heaven's sake, could she hide an almost grown woman without leaving any traces? And no, it wasn't that the protagonist sincerely sympathized with the unfortunate girl and wanted to free her from the yoke of her tyrant parent. Like a good fairy, Rose simply got it into her head that if Serena suddenly met Calix, then her own problems would instantly disappear and she would return home. And besides, if the brunette never meets the one whom the author himself intended to be her lover, then the plot will flow along an absolutely unpredictable branch, and the main character will lose her main weapon, the knowledge of what should be the future for the locals. The time traveler could have felt sorry for herself for a long time, clutching her head and going through one negative thought after another. But at some point, someone loudly called her name and the maid immediately turned around. It turned out to be Aaron. As he had promised, the young man came to meet his new girlfriend at the gates of the prince's castle, and in addition, for the sake of the festival, he changed his old and simple clothes for more elegant blue pants and a fresh sleeveless shirt. To say that the guy was happy would be like saying, "The sun is warm." In fact, he was literally glowing with joy, and it seemed that the redhead only needed to take a step for beautiful plants to grow from under his feet. The palace servant playfully asked if the protagonist had come so early because she missed him, and when he heard that she had not, he admitted in the same carefree tone that he had missed him too, and that was why he had set off early, to the sincere irritation of Rose, whose words were so brazenly ignored. Then he asked if the maid had dressed up especially for him, and the girl sighed very heavily and tiredly, allowing him to think as he wanted. She understood that the young man would ignore the unwanted information in any case. Still smiling happily and sweetly, Aaron asked if this festival was Estenia's first. He wanted to know what she planned to do there first. The main character tried to answer that, actually no, but she quickly got distracted because joyful people were already starting to gather around, opening shops with goods and lighting lanterns, not nearly as pompous as the holidays of modern Earth, but it had its own special charm. The maid, in her excitement, tightly clutched the bag of powder which had lost a lot of weight in her hands. It was not a fact that such a convenient opportunity would ever come again, so she pretended to agree and invited the man to have a bite to eat. These short words were more than enough for Aaron to immediately take action. He grabbed the protagonist and dragged her along with him, claiming that he knew a very good place where they made simply first-class food. The main character instinctively tried to break free, but to no avail. The guy was much stronger, and he answered all questions with a smile and the phrase, "Trust me, only I can take you where you need to go." The girl once again wondered who he was in the end. The red-haired man certainly didn't look like an ordinary savvy servant. His level of insight and confidence were more in line with someone like Crimson, who controlled a wide variety of events from behind the scenes. With such thoughts, the time traveler followed the red-haired guy, while the night streets were increasingly filled with people. People were rushing with all their might to unwind after long working days, to rejoice and relax. For now, however, there was still empty space. Numerous tables, counters, and barrels of alcohol remained unattended, because the owners and visitors were either hastily finishing their business or having fun somewhere else. Estenia kept shaking her head, looking from side to side. Everywhere her guide was recognized by people, all sorts of men and women greeted Aaron good-naturedly, as if he were their old, dear friend. And it wasn't just teenagers or peers who did this. Some middle-aged merchant also thanked the red-haired man for a service he had rendered in the past. And a few minutes later, when there were more people on the streets, the red-haired trickster was literally showered with gifts. And Rosa felt like the heroine of some kind of absurd comedy because she did not understand how such a person had made so many friends. On the other hand, it explained well why the young man had behaved so familiarly with the protagonist from the very beginning. Apparently, before he had to make only minimal efforts to become the best friend of the next person he met. And then Aaron happily pointed to a completely unremarkable small tavern, standing in a row of many other similar houses. The man assured the maid that, despite appearances, this establishment offers divine, incomparable dishes. The traveler decided to trust him in this matter, and when they crossed the threshold of the tavern, its owner immediately pounced on the boy with questions. Why he hadn't come in for so long and how his grandfather was doing. At the sight of the pink-haired maid, the matron grinned sarcastically and asked if she was Aaron's girlfriend, and he calmly replied that no, but he really hoped that one day she would be, which sent shivers down Rose's spine. Taking off her hat, the protagonist once again thought that she had no idea what kind of person he was, when he was joking and when he was serious, and how to treat him in general. But fortunately, today, she would get answers to these questions thanks to the truth serum. While the boy was enthusiastically ordering a royal dinner for the two of them, the former dugout waited for the hostess to put huge mugs of beer on the table and poured tree resin powder into one of the drinks. Having finished listing what he wanted, the red-haired man dreamily rubbed his palms, but asked if his new girlfriend was okay with him ordering everything to his taste, and the protagonist hastened to assure him that, no, everything was fine. Estenia, however, was embarrassed that there was too much food, but the young man answered carelessly that it was normal when it was necessary to feed a small person like her. To this, the heroine snapped that Aaron himself was a lanky guy, but the man only good-naturedly advised her to eat more so that they would be equal in size. After that, the guy took hold of the handle of a huge wooden mug and began to slowly sip the drink. And the time traveler watched this with wide eyes, afraid to miss even a second. The palace servant managed to drink the entire portion, and the delighted protagonist decided that this was the treasured chance, so she quickly began asking questions. The first thing the main character remembered was how the young man came to her room with Mila and asked if she had gotten what she wanted, and Estenia wanted to know what was meant by that, although Aaron himself was not at all embarrassed. While wolfing down a piece of fried meat, the man revealed that he had known all along that Rose and Calix were planning to infiltrate the underground slave auction organized by the Third Prince. Moreover, the young man assumed that this was precisely why the main character was looking for an invitation, and her injury was due to the fact that the guards of the Emperor's eldest offspring were much more numerous and knowledgeable about spies than expected. To say that the protagonist was shocked would be a huge understatement. She expected to find out all the ins and outs about the strange acquaintance, but now it turned out that he saw right through her, so the girl ended up just screaming, "How did Aaron know all this?" Continuing to smile carefree, the boy reminded that he, just a second, is the grandson of Crimson himself, one of the greatest spies and information dealers in the country, and he, of course, helps his grandfather obtain various information. The second shock of the newcomer was so strong that she first froze, then screamed, and then began to moan and groan incoherently, making the most stupid and ridiculous face possible. As it turned out, all this time the protagonist really did not know that these two men were blood relatives. She simply did not pay attention to either the strong external resemblance or to the fact that the guy himself once called the old shopkeeper Grandpa. On the other hand, it finally explained how Aaron managed to know things that an ordinary commoner shouldn't know in principle, and when Estenia asked the man why he hadn't explained the relationship to her earlier, he reproached her that she simply didn't care. The main character reluctantly admitted that in this regard, the young spy was right. The maid really did not care who he was related to before, but now the woman began to remember and reanalyze their few interactions. Yes, now most of the oddities and eccentricities received a simple and reasonable explanation, but at the same time, the former Korean woman suspected that the red-haired deceiver could still keep many secrets. Breaking out of her thoughts, the protagonist asked Aaron directly why the latter, having such connections, was working as a laborer in the palace kitchen. And the young man honestly admitted that he did not want to follow in his grandfather's footsteps, sniffing out and selling secrets. He was lazy and bored of constantly running around, communicating with different people, and the maid almost choked, remembering how sociable and clingy the guy used to be, but he couldn't lie because of the potion. In fact, the young spy's cherished dream was to travel, and he wanted to one day visit a place where rare dragons lived, and as a companion, the boy would like to see Estenia because he liked her. Rose mentally sighed heavily, took a sip of her beer, and drank it down immediately when her interlocutor asked why they had slipped him the truth serum. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Calix stood with his blade drawn next to a large pool of blood, and behind him was his faithful Roel. They killed another spy and killer, and now they were preparing for a covert war with the third prince. Wiping the blood from his face, the brunette admitted that he really wanted to see her face when she found out about their conversation, without specifying what and who they were talking about.